Hopefully you've gotten your COVID vaccine, but what about your flu shot? We got ours today on air. Why it is more important than ever this year to roll up your sleeves.
Plus, talk about a Halloween scare. Costumes, decorations, and pumpkins all in short supply. What you need to know so your family does not miss out on any of the spooky fun.
Speaking of Halloween, Jamie Lee Curtis joined us to tell us about reviving her iconic role in the latest edition of the Mike Myers saga.
Sounds like a jam-packed one, so let's get it started. Time for
Today in 30. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell's at the White House for us. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Hoda. The Biden administration breathing a sigh of relief. Its legal action against the Texas abortion law has won this temporary relief that halts enforcement of the state's sweeping abortion restrictions. The White House called this an important first step to protect what it argues are women's constitutional rights. The White House also noting that the fight has only begun.
This morning, the toughest new abortion restrictions in the nation now on hold. A consequential but temporary development in the deeply personal and very public battle over abortion rights. A federal judge in Texas ruling late Wednesday the state's near total ban on abortions is unconstitutional after the Biden administration sued to stop the new law. The judge called the Texas restrictions an offensive deprivation of such an important right. The Texas law, which has been in effect since September 1st, bans abortions once a fetal heartbeat is detected, as early as the 6th week of pregnancy, before many women even know they're expecting. The measure notably makes no exceptions for rape and incest. During arguments between the Justice Department and the Texas Attorney General's office, the judge pressed Texas lawyers on the law's very unusual provisions, which allow private citizens to sue abortion providers and even those who assist women getting to clinics or paying for procedures. In a 113-page ruling, the federal judge expressed concern that other states could enact similar legislation. The Texas law became a catalyst in the larger debate, with anti-abortion advocates energized, pledging to use the Texas example in other states, while those supporting abortion rights demand a federal response to protect women's rights. Over the weekend, women marched in cities nationwide to urge the U.S. Supreme Court to protect existing abortion rights. The Susan B. Anthony List, an anti-abortion group, responded to Wednesday's ruling saying, "Now an unelected judge has interfered with the clearly expressed will of Texans." In Washington, the Supreme Court has already refused to take up the Texas law, but more challenges are expected. And this term, the High Court will look at another law on restrictive abortions in Mississippi, all set against the question of whether the decades-old landmark case of Roe v. Wade will stand.
Okay, so Kelly, with this overnight ruling in Texas, how does that affect abortion providers there now?
Well, there are real practical questions. One of the state's largest providers has already said clinics are making plans to resume abortion services for patients up to 18 weeks into their pregnancy. Now, that comes as neighboring states around Texas report seeing an uptick in patients crossing state lines as a result of that law that banned abortions at 6 weeks. But other providers are reluctant, and they're reluctant to resume their services because they know that the law was written in such a way that they could be retroactively sued for any abortions performed while this law is blocked. And of course, we expect additional legal challenges to this new ruling. Hoda?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell for us at the White House. Kelly, thank you.
We are back. Today, the very real Halloween scare facing families all across the country.
Yeah, with just a few weeks to go, stores are scrambling to get enough costumes and decorations on the shelves.
Supply chains creating more major problems for retailers, and customers could end up paying for it. NBC's Kathy Park joins us with more. Kathy, good morning.
We're up. Hey guys, good morning to you. Yeah, more Americans plan on celebrating Halloween this year, and spending, as you can imagine, is expected to soar. And that's a real treat for retailers. However, behind the scenes, they're struggling to get these costumes and decorations into the stores.
With Halloween closing in, a nightmare for retailers is becoming a reality.
It's been a very difficult year to get costumes and decorations in store, in stock.
Demand is picking up at this Chicago costume shop, but there's a major slowdown getting merchandise on the shelves. From congested ports to truck driver shortages, the ongoing supply chain issues mean products are still stuck in transit.
We're still waiting on about 25 or 30% of the merchandise to come in that we've previously ordered, and some of it probably won't even ever come in before the holiday.
They are not alone. Spirit Halloween operates roughly 1,400 pop-up locations across the country, and they're also haunted by shipping delays.
When did you realize this was going to be an issue?
It really all showed up in April when we were starting our shipping. All of a sudden, the supply of containers dried up.
If I were a customer walking into your store, would you notice anything different?
As a customer, you might notice some bald spots.
With COVID canceling many festivities last Halloween, Americans plan to go big this year, expected to spend a record $10 billion on costumes, decorations, and more.
This year, hopefully I find, what I'm looking for, but who knows?
New costumes this year, like tracksuits inspired by the Netflix hit Squid Game, are selling out fast and may be harder to get closer to Halloween.
The Squid Game stuff has been really every other person is asking for it.
Your soul will be mine.
To avoid the scare of not finding that perfect costume,
Try and get to the store early.
Like now.
Like now would be great.
and some retailers say don't be spooked by higher price tags as they try to make up for the cost of doing business. That goes for pumpkins too. They're facing a shortage in some parts of the country because of extreme weather.
They're hard to find and they're extremely expensive.
Prepare for sticker shock with Halloween making a big comeback.
So obviously there are a lot of challenges that you're dealing with this Halloween season. So a couple things to keep in mind to have some fun. So don't wait until the last minute to get your costume. Maybe even just think outside the box, make your costume. And then when you're in the store and you say you can't find that Spider-Man outfit, have an open mind. Maybe you'll go with Black Panther instead. We're here at Halloween Adventure, and they clearly have a lot of options.
You got your costume right there, Stormtrooper.
Stormtrooper's all you.
Which one? This
The
one?
other one.
The Stormtrooper.
The Stormtrooper.
The other way.
The white costume next to you.
Yeah, that one.
Somebody's a big Star Wars fan.
Which one is that? This one? The Star Trooper?
That's the Stormtrooper.
That guy.
You've never seen
My
Star
buddy.
Wars.
Kathy, those are the droids you're looking for.
Way to go, Kath.
All right. Thank you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with your health. October is here, and that means the start of flu season is here. And the CDC recommends everyone 6 months and older get the flu vaccine.
All right, so we're about to roll up our sleeves. Nicely done there. And it's like a tourniquet there. We're getting our shots right here in Studio 1A. And if you're wondering why are we wearing masks all of a sudden, just like any trip to the doctor's office, we got to keep our masks on. Our physician's assistants and doctors here are also doing the same. Mr. Roker already got his flu shot because he does everything faster than anyone else. He's also done all of his Christmas shopping this year.
He's all done. He's all done.
So he's done.
I'm getting my pneumonia shot later today.
Yeah.
We
Got his
also
booster
have
shot, too. Yeah.
we have 2 nurses from our NBC medical team here. Teresa is with us. Connie is with us. They have the shots. They're going to get us started. We also have our NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar. As soon as we get our shots, we'll take our masks off since the procedure will be over. So, ladies, I guess you can get started. Yes. And I'm going to ask a question while I'm in pain, Dr. Natalie. So the flu numbers are way down, right? So a lot of people are thinking, ow, 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 ow.
It doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt.
I know.
Are you done? Yes.
Done.
Ooh, girl, are you done?
I'm done.
That
Actually,
did
mine
not
did hurt.
at all. Okay.
Oh, that's great.
So, hang on. I have to wait till I'm all done, then I'm going to take my mask off. All done with my procedure?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So, Dr. Azar, some people skipped the flu shot last year. The numbers were way down, and they think, you know what? I don't need to get it again this year.
Yes. You do. I mean, I know, like, we didn't have a lot of flu last year, so we didn't build up any immunity from the flu last year. So experts are a little bit worried that it could be worse for us for that reason. We also want to tell people, look, you're not just doing it for yourself, because doing the flu shot for yourself definitely will help prevent severe disease, hospitalization, death, particularly in children. You're also doing it as a good neighbor, right, to get less flu around in the community, and that will also lessen the burden on hospitals that are already overwhelmed from COVID. And let me just make an obvious point. Last year, we were at home. Kids were at home. People weren't traveling. This year, the world is a little bit of a different place, and we got Delta. Get your flu shot.
And a lot of people aren't wearing masks as much anymore either. Can you get the COVID vaccine and the flu shot on the same day if you want to?
And this is lovely new updated guidance that you can get both shots on the same day, which is fantastic because you can capture more patients that way, right?
Yeah.
If you have a patient in the office or at a drugstore, they can get them at the same time. You can do them on the same arm, about an inch apart, or you can do them on separate arms.
Okay.
So, Dr. Natalie, I mean, how long does this flu season actually last?
Okay, so we generally say it's October to May, which is a pretty big span, and we know that it peaks in the winter months, which is why we want people fully vaccinated, ideally, by the end of October. So this is the perfect day to do it, because we know it takes 2 weeks to get your antibodies once you get your jab.
Did that hurt, JB?
It hurt just a little, but
just a little.
Just ouch.
But worth it.
Yeah,
But a lot of
absolutely.
people think that there are side effects from the flu shot. They say, I got my flu shot and then I started feeling terrible.
Yes.
Is that a real thing, and how long does that last?
Right, and so just to be very clear, you cannot get the flu from the flu shot. The flu shot does not contain any live virus, the one in the arm. But a sore arm, some redness in the arm, that's totally expected. And then the other symptoms that you have from the COVID-19 shot, you can also experience a little headache, maybe a little upset stomach, even a low-grade fever, some muscle aches for a day or two. That's completely normal. That's your immune system working.
Some people are getting, by the way, the booster shot. My mom got the booster, and she's felt crummy for days. I mean, that's what some people are saying?
That's a vaccine reaction, and that you should just feel rest assured that is your body doing what it's supposed to be doing.
SJ didn't even flinch. You just.
I'm so proud of you.
Dr. Azar knows. I was
you don't like it. You don't like a needle.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who are like me. We just don't like needles.
Yeah.
But I felt like this was important. I'm going around my grandparents soon. You know,
Yeah.
Good
Okay,
for you.
and kids. We got to get our kids to the pediatrician right away.
Absolutely. So kids and anybody 6 months and older can get the flu shot. You can even do it as a family. You can all go together. Pregnant women, breastfeeding women, children over the age of 6, and obviously grown-ups as well.
And Dr. Natalie, I got that super flu shot for people who are 65 plus.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, why wouldn't you just give everybody a super flu shot?
Well, you know, that's a great question, but we don't really need to. The reason that we do that in older people, sorry, that was my God.
That hurt more than the shot.
Oh my God, that was not cool. It's because when we get older.
Hey, Natalie, do no harm.
Right. Namaste. No, in all seriousness, though, as we get older, we are not able to mount as robust an immune response. Our immune systems just don't operate as well anymore. So we do that so that we can
Al's
provoke.
does.
But Al's does. Yeah. So we can provoke the best immune response in you.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Natalie,
We did it.
And Connie, we want to say thank you. Our top nurses at NBC, we're just so happy that y'all took care of us.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go.
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Indigenous Peoples Day is next week, and this morning we wanted to highlight a modeling agency that's making a real impact in the lives of Indigenous youth. NBC News Now anchor and host of Stay Tuned, Savannah Sellers, joins us. Good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, you guys. So when Jolene Minton started working with Indigenous youth in her hometown of Vancouver, she didn't talk about her past life modeling overseas, but now she's taking that experience and helping them achieve dreams they didn't know were possible.
I was talking to my agent, and she pretty much told me that I wasn't the look they were looking for.
I also actually had somebody tell me my look is so different that maybe I will do well in modeling. Who do I look different from?
For Alicia Hanton and Tiana Ostindi, serving looks hasn't always been easy. But that changed after they each met Jolene Minton, a woman who knows firsthand how hard the modeling industry can be as an Indigenous woman.
There were some agencies that would be like, can you please go into chlorine water so your skin would get whiter?
Jolene started modeling at just 15, working overseas in Asia before moving back home to Vancouver in 2008 to reconnect with her community. In 2010, she started working with Indigenous youth in foster care, teaching them cultural lessons and life skills, but says something wasn't clicking with the older kids.
We were losing them. We weren't keeping them by teaching them how to use a crock pot or a resume. I had a fashion show in 2013 on Indigenous Day, and I had all these young people rush to the stage. That's kind of how all the dreams started. I was just like, okay, I have something tangible here.
Jolene started teaching them about modeling, eventually starting Vancouver Indigenous Fashion Week, where some of her mentees strut their stuff.
When do you think, I want to make my own agency that is filled with this beauty?
It was honestly just like a natural transition from Vancouver Indigenous Fashion Week. Watching them walk in their light was really, really beautiful to see, and a lot of them gravitate to and want to stay into that. A couple of our models that we mentored had gone to like a non-Indigenous agency, and they were treated terribly.
So she decided to take matters into her own hands and start Supernaturals, a first-of-its-kind Indigenous modeling agency for her former mentees and others in the community.
What Supernaturals tries to do is like we bring different culture, elders, and like Indigenous worldviews into our agency, and it was just like a natural transition. We just wanted to keep them safe, keep them protected, and also like keep them like supported.
Now Jolene says she's working on giving her models life-changing and life-enriching experiences.
How does it feel now with her support and with these opportunities to step out on those runways?
It feels amazing. Like, it makes me excited for the future, which is a huge thing because I used to be scared, you know, like the unknown, what's going to happen in my life.
I feel like having Supernaturals, each and every one of us, we're just all so powerful now.
Jolene helped me find my voice, I guess. She helped me be a proud Indigenous woman. She's just changed, like, the trajectory of my life.
You teach these models to walk in their power. What does that really mean to you?
Seeing them proud to be who they are, just seeing the strength of your ancestors walking behind you is just the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And I just want to continue to do that. And I think the fashion industry can really benefit from that as well.
Now, they've only officially been around for less than 6 months, but get this, Jolene says they've already received thousands of applications to join, and Jolene says that she hopes that you'll start to see supernatural models at fashion weeks across the world. She said Paris, New York, that's where she wants him.
With those boots, you could get out on the runway. These are...
So wait, the crew over, is it a Stay Tuned, our young hip crew?
Yes.
They do,
over
what
on
did you call it? Animal Print Thursdays?
Yeah. On our streaming morning show, we have Pink Wednesdays, Animal Print Thursdays, so, can work them in.
Don't you go get into that.
I know, I'm up here like, Animal Print. Will you guys play? Will you play in my sample?
Next Thursday, if I'm back.
Thank you,
I love
you
it.
in?
I am in.
Thank you.
You can incorporate a tie.
I don't think
A cheetah tie?
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Picture this. It's a dark and sinister night. October 31st to be exact. And while most families are out trick-or-treating, Laurie Strode and her daughter Karen, they're fighting for their lives.
Okay, that sounds like the plot of a horror movie, Hoda. You're scaring me.
So you think? Okay.
Okay, Hoda, quit trying to scare me. I'm pretty sure that's what happens to Jamie Lee Curtis and Judy Greer's characters.
I can't watch it.
And Halloween Kills, the latest installment in the Halloween saga.
But will Michael Myers' reign of terror finally be over once and for all? Let's roll the tape.
Don't. I need you to listen to me. You need to listen to me right now, okay? All right, a lifetime of preparation. And for what? Ray is dead. So many people are dead. We're not equipped. Allison's run off with crazy Lonnie Elam. People are losing their minds. There are authorities who are trained to deal with exactly this kind of There's a system.
Well, the system failed.
Oh, the system failed.
I can't watch these kinds of things. I can't watch these kinds of things.
And evidently, you can't watch these types of things either.
Well, I mean, I don't personally like them. How about you?
No, I'm terrified. I still travel with a nightlight. I'm afraid of the dark.
And yet, Hoda, you with the flashlight under your chin, terrifying young babies at home right now.
It's true.
Nice
That
job,
baby
Mom.
Ava from earlier just had an accident in her
little
diaper.
baby Ava.
Right?
Come
When
on.
Ava's so cute.
She was so sweet. All right, so Jamie, you're a big fan of Halloween because I know you threw like a Halloween costume bash. So we have a few of these costumes.
Look at these.
Sorry.
Well, this was all in benefit of the Children Affected by AIDS Foundation, where we used to do an event called Dream Halloween, and every year I would go as their mistress of ceremonies in costume.
You know what I love about you, Jamie? Everything you do has a greater meaning. I think a lot of people think, wow, look at her, she's dressing up for whatever. Every time we interview you, there's always something more behind it because we don't have time, do we, Jamie Lee?
Well, we don't. And by the way, everything that you guys have been talking about today already, and I won't hijack the interview, but obviously I'm serious. But as you guys know, myhandinyours.com is my organization, gives 100% of every single thing you buy on that to charity. And Judy and I are going, we have the new Mirror My Hand in Yours coffee mugs. I have the My Paw in Yours Mirror dog bowl. And the most important thing for the new babies, the My Hand in Yours Serenoni. And even though you think we're selling the Halloween movie, there's a wreath behind me from Creekside Farms where it's the My Hand in Yours wreath that if you can pre-order all of this online now at myhandinyours.com, I'm shutting up. And the beautiful new Mommy and Baby Hand by Ann Ricketts, My Hand in Yours, 100% goes to charity. Let's talk about Halloween.
Of course it does. You're everything you do is about service, and we so admire you. Judy, we just showed Halloween costumes from Jamie Lee's past.
Yeah.
So we didn't forget about you, though. I think we have some of yours. Let's see those costumes.
Okay, come on. Who did you go as, Judy?
I was Justin Turner, and my hot husband, I was going to say sweet, but let's be honest, he was Clayton Kershaw. This was actually for the Blumhouse Halloween party. This is us dressed up as our kids. We didn't have a costume one year, and I went into their closets, and I got Lucas's baseball uniform and Emily's graduation gown.
That's so cute.
By the way, that is brilliant.
And also, y'all look like kids, so I'm not, are you aging backwards? I'm confused.
No, yes, really. All right, so Jamie, when this movie came back around real quick, did you say, yes, we've definitely got to do it, or were you hesitant at all?
Immediately. Jake Gyllenhaal called me at my home. He said, hey, my friend David Green wants to talk to you about a Halloween movie. The last thing in the world I thought I'd be doing at that point is a Halloween movie. And yet he had such an interesting idea for a 3 movie. And most importantly, that he was going to talk about a family, that he was going to talk about family trauma and what happens when trauma infects a family. It affects my relationship with Karen, my daughter, and my granddaughter, Andy Matichik. So for me, it's really about female empowerment. Obviously, you two women, we women have to stick together. We have a hashtag Strode Strong, which is the Strode family sticking together, taking on Michael Myers.
Yeah, before we go, you've just got to tell us, do you kill Michael?
I'm not telling
I'm so sorry.
Just do you kill him?
Is Michael dead? It's time for us to know.
There must be a bad connection.
I think there's a bad
I'm so sorry.
signal.
We love you guys, though.
And by the way, congratulations on all the babies.
Yes, thank you.
Babies. Baby blankets.
Okay, so is Michael dead?
Yes.
So Michael finally dies.
Well, great. I think somebody said yes. Halloween Kills from our sister company, Universal Pictures. It's theater streams Peacock, October 15th. Thanks, ladies.
Thank God Michael's finally dead.
Okay, ladies, you just interviewed Judy and Jamie Lee Curtis. It's rare to have people who can equally scare you and make you laugh, right?
Yes, that's true. But the only person that scared me was Hoda with that flashlight.
I used to scare my brother like that. I used to sneak in his room and go, "Don't worry, go to sleep."
That's scary.
It's really fun. Wait, so did they convince you to watch the movie?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, of course
I'm scared. I can't watch scary movies.
It's on Peacock. We can't wait to watch it.
No, it's scarier.
No, we can't wait.
What you put in comes out. What you put in comes out.
Okay, separately, you two got the. I know. I'm sorry. Separately, hold on. Yes. You two got the flu shots a little bit ago.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Great. I feel nothing.
Can I keep going like this with my arm? Because I don't want to.
She's fine. She thinks if you massage it,
Is that the chicken dance?
Yeah.
We have another big morning tomorrow on Today, including a Milestones We Missed update. I'm really excited to share with everybody.
It's a real feel-good Friday story, so make sure you tune in. We'll see you then.
We're back with our series Heart Smart today, and we've been looking hard at the issue all month because heart disease is the leading cause of death among women. And Carson, as we know, you were impacted so personally by this.
Yeah, I definitely was. As many of you know, my sister Quinn and I unexpectedly lost our mom to a heart attack about 1.5 years ago now. Obviously, she meant the world to us. So when the show and the producers came up to me and said, hey, do you want to share that story? I was a little hesitant at first. It's still, even 1.5 years later, quite raw. But it is personal, it is painful, but if it helps just one family, then it's certainly worth it. My mom and I had a special relationship. We were very, very close. She lived every day like it was her last. She had a saying, go big or don't go at all. And she was known to my kids and my sister's kids as Kiki. You would remember if you met Patty Daly Caruso, as so many people have. She was diagnosed in the late 90s with breast cancer. She had a single mastectomy, cancer-free, beat it, great story. We've talked about that in October, Breast Cancer Month. So it's funny that I'm here in February talking about heart disease as it pertains to women, because ultimately that would be the thing that would get my mom. I never would have guessed that my mom was gonna die of a heart attack. She had some health issues. My mom was a type 1 diabetic, juvenile onset, nothing in the heart, no symptoms. Never saw it coming. When the phone rang in the middle of the night, I answered the phone going, is Dad okay? And it was my sister. And she goes, no, it's not Dad, it's Mom. And I was like, Mom? What do you mean, Mom? I just left Mom. Mom's great. No one's worried about Mom. No, what happened? She had a heart attack and she's gone. Oh my God. I mean, I don't even know I don't know how to articulate my relationship with my mom. Almost 1.5 years away from her passing, in 100% denial that she's not here. You know, the love was so strong that the hurt was so strong. Well, one of the last exchanges, she wrote, I pray God blesses you with so much joy from your family as I've had. Thanking God, Cakers, my nickname, you're an incredible father, sweet dreams. You know, it was almost like she knew. The bad thing about women in heart disease is that the symptoms aren't always there, but it is a huge, huge silent killer. It's the most common cause of death in American women. And we subsequently found out that the correlation between type 1 diabetes and heart disease, heart event, are very, very, very high. As painful as it might be for me to talk about this publicly, if it helps one other son who's out there with all eyes on Mom and Dad trying to take care of them, my advice is look out for heart disease, because it's literally killing women in this country more than any other thing. The last text exchange we had, hours before she died, was the most loving mother-son text exchange you could possibly have. We love you, the best son on the planet Earth. Thanks for all you did and do to make our lives better and to make us so proud of you. And a great day tomorrow together. All of our love always, Mom and Dad. I mean, so special to be able to read this, and it's all of it, so filled with love. I mean, I miss her so much, it's ridiculous. The only solace I take is that I have a great sense of faith, and the love that we had was so strong and is so strong. The feeling of hugging my mom, I'm 100% sure I will know that feeling again.
Carson.
Oh, thanks, guys.
We got to see your mom and know her a
Yeah,
little bit.
you guys know her
loved
well,
her.
yeah.
And Quinn is here, your
Brought my sister, yeah, she's the best. She is more than just the pot pie chef here on the show. She is my inspirational rock. And we have also Dr. John Torres, our medical correspondent here at NBC. And I think in the piece, and when Quinn made that tough phone call to me that night, and I want to mention, by the way, just a little context, today is also National Caregiver Day, which is incredible. And my mom was literally caregiving from my father, who was end-stage cancer. That's why this was such a head fake for us, because Dad was not in good shape, and she was so stressed out taking care of him. So there's that in the background. But we'd always been worried about her hyperglycemic crashing. Her blood sugar was always the issue because she's diabetic. We never saw this heart thing coming. How come no one ever mentioned it?
And especially type 1 diabetics, because their blood sugars tend to go up and down a lot more erratically than type 2 diabetics, and so it's a little harder to control. You're right, it's one of the major risk factors for heart disease. Hopefully along the line somewhere there with the doctors that were taking care of her, somebody, at least were looking into the tests that were happening there. But you can imagine she has an endocrinologist, a primary care physician, an OBGYN. I mean, she has all these doctors taking care of her. The coordination isn't necessarily there. We're starting to get to the point where that coordination is happening. And there even is a starting to become specialties that combine all these, and so you get more of the word in there, and so that's the important thing.
What could you do, Dr. Torres? I mean, Carson's out here and Quinn telling this story because they're hoping somebody is at home watching and will know something that they didn't know. So, okay, what would you do if you were in this set of circumstances?
And first off, it's hard not to feel guilty about something like this. I went through something similar, and it's hard not to feel guilty about it. At the same time, one of the most important things you can do with somebody who's type 1 diabetic is help them control their sugars, because that's everything for their health. And if you can get their sugars under control, or at least help them control their sugars, it lowers the chance of...
Mom was not going to slow down on the red wine.
Right.
That was just not going to happen. We tried.
But she did live. I mean, that's my understanding, is that she did live a long and pretty complication-free life.
Very complication-free.
I mean, yes,
She was
she had the
73
wine, but
for
she
those of
took
you who-
very good care of herself. She ate well. She exercised. I mean, and I think if you're a parent out there and you have type 1 diabetes, I would just say, please take good care of yourself, because we got her for 74 years and she was with her grandkids and she got to see them be born, and she worked really hard to stay alive.
No problem with high blood pressure, no problem with the eyesight, no obesity, some of the things that you read about with type 1.
Right, some of the other risk factors that are associated with it. She had the diabetes, which again can increase that risk factor of cardiovascular heart disease. The best thing you can do to answer your question, Savannah, is ask 2 simple questions. Go to your doctor and say, what is my risk of heart disease?
Yeah.
And then the second question is, what do I need to do about that?
Yeah.
Is there a screening test?
No, after she died, we both did. I don't know if you did it. I did like a gnarly...
Me too.
Echo scan with contrast.
Right, just to
they
make
have
sure
one in
everything's
New York,
okay.
Yep.
and it was a very extensive, and it gives you a number of your plaque and your arteries and the whole thing. And I was good. If I had known this, I probably would have demanded that she do it. Would that have been something preventative? That
It potentially could have if it had happened years ago. And again, we're learning more as time goes on. And the particular message I think here is for young diabetics to take a look at that early on, because it takes its toll over the years, and it's one of those things that builds up. So if you can get it when they're young and really look, like you said, your mother had essentially no other risk factors.
Right.
And she lived a very healthy life otherwise. And that's the important thing, to keep those risk factors under control and keep an eye on heart disease as you start getting older.
Wait, quickly before we go, somebody told me that because she was like 7 when she was diagnosed, she's been giving herself insulin every day for 67 years. Does that much insulin every day make your blood a little bit thicker, make your heart over time work a little bit harder? Did that contribute? Is that a true theory?
No, not necessarily, and it's not so much the insulin, it's what it's doing to the blood sugars, because she gives her a shot, blood sugars go down, it goes back up later.
Yeah.
We have technology now that is trying to keep that under control, basically artificial pancreas kind of technology that is looking at sugars, giving you insulin. You don't even have to really think about it. That's coming down the pipeline here. That's going to be something that's going to be really beneficial and keep those blood sugars under control, which is essential here.
Wow. That's great.
Thank you so much, Dr. Torres.
Thank you so
But
much, Doc.
Carson and Quinn, you really started a conversation.
Yes, you
And
did.
I have to say, the two of you in your relationship is like one of your mom's best legacies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, she would have died. Had she known that Quinn and her family were going to move and like we were going to be living like neighbors, she would have jumped off a cliff. I mean, she literally, she is smiling down on heaven because of the events that have happened after her passing.
Wow. Yes, she knows her babies are okay.
Yeah, but for people at home, I mean, we're kids who really took great stock in thinking we were on top of our parents' health and helping them out. Yeah. And so, like you said, there's a lot of guilt when she died suddenly. And it was like, well, oh my gosh, I missed that. You know me, I made like diabetic kits for all of us when we traveled.
Yeah.
I thought I
So
was really on it. But it turns out, it's just a heads up for everybody to really take a look at the heart. And this is the month to really think about it, especially in women.
And that's the important message. Just again, ask those 2 questions. What can I, what are my risk of heart disease and what can I do?
Yeah.
About it?
All right.
Simple.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year. I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
False narrative. This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You may not know him by name or sight, but his voice has filled concert halls and cathedrals all around the world. Wintley Phipps is many things: a minister, a Grammy-nominated gospel singer, and a leader determined to make a difference. He's counseled presidents and celebrities like Oprah Winfrey, but his greatest passion is helping at-risk children to dream. And he's one of the most inspiring people I've ever met. Wintley Phipps was a teenager when he realized he was blessed with a set of pipes. He had a calling.
When I was about 15 and a half years old, my voice changed. And I made a decision that I wanted to dedicate my life and this gift to inspiring people, motivating people, encouraging people. And that's what I did. Amazing grace.
Wintley sang out, and the world listened.
The sound.
His motto, "You don't have to compromise to be recognized," proved true. Wintley reached the highest pinnacles, toured with the Graham Crusades, sang for Pope John Paul II, and took center stage celebrating our nation's leaders. So you've sung in front of 6 presidents and counting. Have you advised any of them spiritually?
Yes, I have.
Was President Clinton one of them?
President Clinton was
What can you
one
tell
of
me
them.
about that? Because that was a dark time for him.
During the Monica Lewinsky story, we watched him aging, it seemed, in front of our very eyes. And in prayer, God impressed me, send him a message.
Wintley sent a Bible passage about David drowning in disapproval, full of sin.
He wrote out the first speech that he gave to the American people, where he finally came clean and said, I did sin. And I was invited to the East Room to be there to hear him give this speech. I realized that I had been used to help nudge him to this moment. He sent me a handwritten note after. He said, Wintley, I received your message about Psalm 69. I appreciate your wise counsel, your prayers. I need them all right now. 'Twas grace that brought me.
Based in Maryland for most of his life, Wintley jokes he's the only artist more likely to be on C-SPAN than anywhere else. But there is one YouTube clip that transcends. A video of Wintley explaining and singing Amazing Grace.
Did you know just about all Negro spirituals are written on the black notes of the piano? The slaves didn't come to America with do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. That was not their scale. The melody, strangely enough, sounds like a West African sorrow chant. And the man who wrote it, the words, was John Newton. He happened to be the captain of a slave ship.
Where Newton most likely heard that haunting melody. Your version of Amazing Grace is incredible and has, I think, garnered over 20 million cumulative views online.
Yes.
What do you attest that to?
It still speaks to the slave in us. Because it really doesn't matter what color we are or where we're from. All of us are slaves to something. Hallelujah, hallelujah.
You've sung for so many famous people and have preached for thousands. I guess that wasn't enough for you.
Yeah, I found myself singing one day in a prison. As I was meeting the young men, I started to feel like I was on a black college campus, except it was prison. So many of these young men looked like my sons, and a dream was born in my heart. You are loved by adults. You are loved by people who think you're awesome.
Wintley founded the U.S. Dream Academy, a nationwide tutoring and mentoring program for kids who are at risk or have parents behind bars. His work has kept thousands of children out of jail.
You have to increase the density of caring, loving adults in the life orbit of kids when their parents become incarcerated. That is the most important thing.
Wintley has kept his nonprofit alive for 20 years thanks to the generosity of the friends he's met along the way. Like the young woman struggling with her career who came to Wintley for guidance.
We talked and prayed, and after praying with her, I said, you know, before you go, God has impressed me to tell you He's going to bless you and give you an opportunity to speak to millions of people. She said, you really think God would do that for me? And it was Oprah Winfrey.
Oh my gosh. Decades later, as Wintley himself struggled to raise funds for his program, he received a little something from his old friend Oprah.
When I opened it up, she had put in a check for $1.2 million.
Wow.
But behind that envelope, I saw another envelope peek out. I opened it up. It had another check for $1.2 million. And behind that envelope was another envelope.
In all, Oprah had donated $4 million to keep his cause alive.
I once was lost.
For everything that you've done, everything that you've achieved, how does that song speak to you?
What it says to me is that I can be restored. The melody of that song, if it lifted them from dark experiences, if so many of my ancestors singing that song could make it, there's no excuse.
Hallelujah,
Well, there's Wintley Phipps for you.
My word.
I'll tell you, by the way, he could have been a huge, you hear that voice, it could have gone that way for him earlier in his life. You know, he was on Soul Train, his first gospel act on Soul Train. He was on SNL, he was nominated for 2 Grammys. What? He thought about going that way, but he didn't like the pop stars that he was meeting, and he wanted a family desperately, because he didn't have one growing up, really. So he's been married for 44 years, he's got 3 grown sons, and he's an incredible inspiration.
That organization he's running is brilliant, too. Wow.
Yeah,
Carson.
So I'm glad we got a chance to shine a light on it.
And what a great backstory on Oprah, too.
Yeah.
He planted that seed with her, who became someone like him, going on to inspire so many people.
Oprah never sends one envelope. No. So she sends you an envelope, look behind it. There might be more.
There's a lot more.
We've got a lot more amazing grace from Wintley on today.com if you'd like to check it out.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Prets.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year. I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kevin Love drains it for 3. Yes.
After 10 years in the NBA, Kevin Love is still at the top of his game. For the past 3 seasons, the 29-year-old 5-time All-Star played side by side with superstar LeBron James. Together, they took the Cleveland Cavaliers to the NBA Finals and won a championship in 2016. But what teammates and fans didn't know
was that early last season, while the Cavs were struggling with a string of losses, Love was experiencing problems of his own, anxiety and depression.
Kevin Love wide open.
It all came to head during a November home game against the Atlanta Hawks. That's when Love, the team's star power forward, had a full-blown panic attack in the team locker room.
I had a moment where I thought I was going to die. I had never experienced something like that. I thought I was having a heart attack.
Heart racing?
Heart racing. And I was running around looking for something that I couldn't find. I just wanted to get air. And so I ended up basically unconscious on the floor and, putting my hand down my throat and trying to get something out of there, but there was nothing there. So it was...
Who found you in that moment?
Our head athletic trainer, Steve Spiro, found me. And I just remember him screaming my name, trying to... because you don't really know how to deal with that.
Did your teammates know at the time what had happened to you?
No. They had texted me after the game and had no idea what happened. So I just kind of brushed it off because in our sport or in life and being a man, you're taught to suppress it. You're taught to, in a lot of ways, suffer in silence.
But Love decided to break his silence and no longer suppress what he was feeling. He shared his personal struggles with mental health in a powerful essay he wrote for the Players Tribune titled, "Everyone is Going Through Something."
I felt not only could I tell my own story, but I'd be able to impact people and maybe, change just that one person's life.
I was one of those people.
I was diagnosed with GAD, general anxiety disorder, and mild panic, very similar to what Kevin Love was talking about there.
Inspired by Kevin's story and hoping to do the same for others, I opened up about my own experience with anxiety disorder right here on Today.
You feel like you're dying. In fact, I went to the hospital, and the first thing you put it on, I got leads on my chest. I'm like, my heart's going to stop, or I'm going to have a heart attack. And of course, what happens is you're perfectly fine.
Kevin, since I've shared my story, largely inspired by you, I'm amazed everywhere I go. People are like, hey, the anxiety piece you did on today's show, thank you so much. What's the reaction been for you?
Everywhere I go. It's the same with you. I mean, having the courage to be upfront with this kind of a thing has been unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Why does society think that you're impervious to a mental health issue?
I watched the Robin Williams documentary and how he dealt with mental health issues, and Kate Spade, she felt like it would hurt her brand. And then Anthony Bourdain, who was, seemed to have it all. Bryan Cranston had a great quote. He said, "Success is not immune to depression."
You mentioned Anthony Bourdain, who was a hero to you.
Big hero.
Have you ever felt a sense of fear that your own depression or issue could take you to that dark of a place?
And I think those thoughts and bad thoughts can creep into your head, and your mind can play tricks on you, and that's scary. So I think it's a never-ending process, and I know you don't have all the answers. I certainly don't.
There's a big bucket. We talked about mental health, and we lob a lot of things in there. Anxiety, depression, bipolar, suicide. Well, I'd love to know how you think about all those things being discussed, because I think society just looks at it and goes, you're crazy. Right. That's the word. No one wants to be considered crazy.
Right. From my experience and in talking to other players that have dealt with a number of those things, what's going to happen if people do find out about this? Am I going to get the contract? Am I going to be able to take care of my family? What are people going to think of me?
What can teachers, coaches, leaders in the community do to help young boys in particular?
I think just be able to be at arm's reach for kids and teach them not to suppress it. I mean, for us, it was always keep your chin up, which is fine, but don't suppress your feelings. Don't bury them, because eventually that's going to add up, and it's going to surface in one way or another. Like for me, it was rage fits, or it was going dark for a few weeks and staying in my room after basketball practice and not talking to anybody and not getting much done.
Today, Love manages his anxiety by talking to a therapist and sharing his feelings with those who supported him most, his fellow teammates.
LeBron, I think, said on social media after you wrote that article, he shouted you out and gave you some love. What did that mean to you?
It was a special moment for me because he shook my hand, looked me in my eye, and said, "You helped a lot of people today. It's important." And that was super powerful for me because his influence and having my back with that was super important to me.
I'm no LeBron, but I got your back too.
Appreciate it, brother.
Hey. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We cook a lot on the Today Show, and we're happy to cook for you guys.
Thank
So
you.
We got a good.
Thank you.
What do you like to eat normally, J Hud? What's your go-to?
My go-to. Well, I normally I love fish. I love seafood. My favorite is turkey wings. You got some turkey wings back there?
No, but you cook turkey wings yourself?
I do. That's the one meal I can fix.
Tell me the meal.
So every Sunday,
Yep.
I have turkey wings, sweet potato fries, or carrot fries, because that's a little bit more healthy for you,
Okay.
and greens.
Miley, what's your eating situation?
My eating situation is anything that never had a pulse I'm into.
Now, Miley, you have a pig, right?
Yeah, whatever we don't eat, we
Would
take
your
home.
pig eat this?
Yes, my pig is also vegan.
Okay.
Because it would
all
be
right.
very wrong of my pig to not be vegan.
When I'm at home, I cook a steak every single night.
That sounds
You do, really?
That's not true.
Really? Steak.
Every single night.
Miley's throwing food.
She's throwing radishes at you.
It died of natural causes, and I happened to be there right at the right moment.
Oh.
With a shotgun.
So, Molly, what's your strategy this season on The Voice?
Wear a lot of cowboy boots so everyone knows who to choose when they come in saying, I just want to be a country artist living in Nashville. I try to just reiterate how many times that I was born in Nashville. I just try to say, I'm born in Nashville. I'm born in Nashville. He really is the king of country, but they need a queen.
This dip, by the way, is amazing. I want the recipe for this dip.
Hey, I want a piece with some
There you
fat
go.
on it.
Yeah, I want some gristle.
Every little thing.
Gristle is my top 5 worst words. Whoa, what?
Wow.
Of all the coaches that we've had, what do you think about this group, season 13? What are some thoughts? What do you think about J Hud, first time?
You know what Jay is bad? She doesn't need to like yell and scream. You know what I'm saying?
If I throw a shoe, that's a compliment.
By the way, have you not seen every
Okay,
James Bond
I will.
movie? Someone's always throwing a shoe to kids.
But see, I'm not trying to kill nobody. I'm throwing them a compliment. But sometimes
more
that
than that?
performance deserves more than hitting up a button.
That's a good
It
performance.
deserved my stiletto.
You got that performance this season.
But Mark, thanks for having us at your house. We've talked a lot about how this show's such a family.
I always think with you guys, it's like playing a board game at Thanksgiving with your family. Everybody wants to win and crush each other a little bit for the for the game, but then everyone loves each other and it's all in good fun.
It's not a holiday without a good fist fight. That's right. I've never had a family vacation without someone getting beat up.
Your dad, speaking of family, is your advisor this year. How was that?
Well, Mark knows, my dad somehow, he always knows the right thing to say and always at the right time somehow. And I think it's because, unlike me, he doesn't talk very much.
Well, it's an honor to be here. That's fun. You were recently at J Hud overseas. You did so well. You won The Voice in the UK. We're so happy to have you here in the States. As you can see, you fit right in our family here.
Now you gotta win the big game.
Yeah, what's it like to be here?
Glad you had a good warm-up.
It's tough. These guys, it's fun. You guys keep it exciting. But, I'm the newbie, so I'm like, okay, let me find my lane. I think I found it. We gonna find out. I tell you that. But it's fun, though. I like it. Adam's interesting. Miley's sweet and always smiling. And then Blake just sits there like this.
Blake's just drunk.
There's some big battles between the two of you on 4-chair turns, 3-chair turns. If Adam wins that, what do you guys say to each other in the commercial break?
Oh, you don't want to know.
I hate you.
I cry.
That person's terrible. I'm happy that I didn't get them. The usual.
The usual master manipulation.
I have won this show with country artists, pop artists, R&B, but I've never won the show with a drag queen.
Throughout 13 seasons, there's always always at least one coach on the show that hates Adam.
Well, that's what he just here.
No matter what the how they change tradition out,
I see what you did.
there's always at least one person that absolutely despises that guy.
Okay.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Family.
To
You're
family.
better. To family.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Thursday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. Let's kick it off with Pop Start. We check in with Chanel, who's covering all the buzzy headlines for Carson. Check it out.
We've got Chanel, an official Pop Start correspondent here and ready to rock.
Oh, it's the best time of the day. What was it again?
Oh, my God.
Thursday. Paul Pop Start.
Well, guess what?
What?
I'm not alone today because we have Jenna, today's special guest Pop Start correspondent.
I've never been that.
Yes, you
Wow.
spent time with your mom yesterday, and she chatted about the new baby in the family.
I know, it's kind of hilarious when you talk to your mom about her own grandchild, but it was lovely. My mom and I got to talk about her visiting her newest grandbaby, my sister Barbara's beautiful Cora, Georgia, born last week in Maine, not far from our family home there, and the shore where her mom and dad got married. This is their anniversary today.
Oh, wow.
Mom, you're a new grandma.
I know it, exactly. Daddy and I just had a wonderful weekend in Maine with our baby.
My sister Barbara's beautiful daughter was born on September 27th, my parents' fourth grandchild and my first beloved niece. Named after her grandfather and great-grandfather, Cora Georgia Coyne arrived a bit early, but right on time for our family, who adores her.
The baby who was supposed to be born in New York was born instead in Portland, Maine. And we're thrilled with that darling little baby, and I know Barbara and Craig are too.
I heard you got to the hospital to hold the baby and kind of...
Yes, I went every day to hold the baby in the hospital. And so we're looking forward to the baby being able to get out of the intensive care nursery pretty soon, I hope.
How did Dad feel about the fact that he finally got somebody named after him?
It was really great. Cora, Georgia.
Yeah.
She'll have to be his favorite.
No. What about my children? Don't tell him that. He liked the namesake, of course.
Of course.
Cora's three cousins, Mila, Poppy, and Hal, can't wait to meet her. During Grandma and Grandpa's visit, my mom read a special book to sweet Cora, Georgia, who's growing stronger each day.
And she was, of course, very fascinated with it. I don't know that she opened her eyes, but it's a little tiny premature baby, but she's doing
But you know
great.
what? We were premature babies,
That's
so
right.
look at us now.
Exactly. Yeah. He made up for that small size.
Mom, I'm not going to find that offensive.
Mom's just like ours.
Wow.
I guess I made up for that small size.
Yeah, I don't feel so bad now.
Do you know how much therapy that's going to cost in that moment?
Luckily, at the age of 40, I know the opposite of small is big, but I'm not going to take that. This was not my story.
Your mom didn't mean it like that.
No, I'm sure she didn't.
how
Anyway, it's so sweet. Yeah, and she
Oh.
got to read a little book called The Night You Were Born, which is the sweetest Nancy Tillman
sweet.
book, which I recommend to all grandparents read to
I
their
love it.
grandparents.
Cora, Georgia is such a beautiful
My
name.
dad goes, Cora George. Cora George.
I love it. Well, thank you, Jenna.
I loved being here.
Okay, well, you sit right here because
Okay.
next up we're going to talk about Blake Shelton. The country singer stopped by Late Night with Seth Meyers on Wednesday and revealed what it was like to have our own Carson Daly officiate his wedding with Gwen Stefani. Blake never missing a chance to poke fun at his best bud.
Did you think 20 years ago the host of TRL would be the guy helping you tie the knot?
Man, I tell you what, the way he handled those wet T-shirt contests back in the day when he was hosting those spring break specials, we knew he had to be the guy for us.
Because those things
I love
get
it. I just love
keep
it. Blake also opening up on that special song he wrote and performed at the ceremony as his vows to Gwen. Take a look.
You wrote a song for your wedding. Did you feel the same pressure to actually do a song up to your standard?
It was Carson's idea that we should write our own, vows or whatever, have this piece to say before we say I do. And Gwen is always.
By the way, that song Blake wrote for Gwen, We Can Reach the Stars, will be one of the new tracks featured on his next album, and it was all thanks to Carson.
Are you okay? Are you okay? No, honestly, I just am seeing your face, and I want to make sure you're okay.
Which phase of the stages of grief are you? Denial, bargaining.
You realize it's over.
Is bargaining one of them?
Bargaining is one of the stages.
No, please. Okay, finally.
Whatever.
And finally, speaking of music power couples, Tim McGraw and Faith Hill, to celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary. Yesterday, Tim took to Instagram, sharing the sweet story of how he proposed to Faith all those years ago. The country superstar revealing he actually had to make multiple proposals before he finally got Faith to say yes. Listen to this.
I actually asked her to marry me quite a few times. Like, she kept saying no. We were somewhere playing this big outdoor festival, and they had these trailer houses set up. I'm getting ready to go on stage, and I had this sort of case that had this big mirror in it. She's standing there, and we're talking, and I said, look, let's get married. She goes, are you serious? I said, well, yeah, I'm serious. And then I came off the stage and went back into my dressing room, and Faith wasn't there, but I looked at the mirror. In lipstick, it said, yes, I'm going to be your wife.
Sweet. And listen to this. Tim goes on to say that after all these years, they still have that mirror with the message.
Wait, what?
Good night, everybody. Good night. And of course, the couple now feel like I'm reading a storybook. 3 beautiful daughters, Gracie, Maggie, and Audrey. And the rest is history.
Oh, so sweet.
Isn't that sweet?
That's even better than on the night you were born.
Yes.
That's the story. You all right? Yeah, okay.
Coming up next on Today Talks, the gang sits down with a familiar face from the Marvel Universe. After this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Welcome back. Today in the third hour, Evangeline Lilly shares what it's like to work alongside Jason Sudeikis. Check it out.
This morning, we're catching up with an actor who's been in her share of iconic franchises. Of course, we remember Evangeline Lilly playing Kate Austen in the critically acclaimed series Lost, and more recently, a buzz in the Marvel Universe with her portrayal of the Wasp.
Well, now she's taking on a much different role in the film South of Heaven. Evangeline stars alongside Jason Sudeikis, whose character just got out of prison. She plays his fiancé, who doctors gave 1 year left to live because of a lung cancer diagnosis. Take a look.
Help me pick a death song.
Okay, you know what? I think you've had too much good stuff.
I think you haven't had enough.
Oh, I'm good.
I think it should be sad, but also funny. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe like the Beach Boys, Good Vibrations. No, I know. I know. God only knows.
Oh, you're killing me. Come on.
The acting is so good, isn't it? We just saw Good Morning to You.
Good morning.
Congratulations on this role. It's phenomenal. I was just saying, we just saw a glimpse of your character, Annie. And our producers tell us that you say that of all the characters you've played, that she resembles you the most. How is that?
Annie is really lighthearted. She's always laughing and being sort of silly, and she smiles a lot. And the characters I tend to play usually are very serious, and they tend to be very tough. And I think, I'm much more lighthearted than a lot of the characters I often play.
How Evangeline, how would you describe this movie? Because it's very intense, and yet there's a hopefulness about it.
Yes, that clip is beautifully deceiving in that it portrays the sweet and sensitive romance between Jimmy Ray and Annie, which is my favorite part of the film. But there is also a darker side to the film, and it is a genre film, so there are gory moments, there are violent moments. But the thing that I was the most excited about taking this role on was knowing that Aaron Casheles was going to be at the helm of it. And as a director, I think he's an expert at dealing with violence and darkness in a way that's also somehow sensitive and tender. So it's a romance and a thriller, and definitely not for the faint of heart.
That's fair to say. So in this film, South of Heaven, it was the last project you worked on before the pandemic. So a long time coming in some ways. How does it feel now knowing, it's finally going to be released in theaters?
It feels refreshing. It feels really good. It feels like a little bit of a return to normalcy. The fact that it's even getting a theatrical release is really exciting. I don't know if I ever knew that it was going to come out in theaters. It was always a really small indie. It was a little passion project that we all did quietly in Dallas. And so the fact that it's one of the early films to come out in theaters post-pandemic is it feels really refreshing. It feels like a breath of fresh air, like something new, a new season for everybody, hopefully.
And yet you get to go back to a character you visited before. You're right now working on The Wasp, the next installment for Marvel. Is that it looks like it is an incredibly physical role. How do you get back in shape for that or get ready for something like this?
Well, each film has been different. For me, coming into this film, I was coming out of a lot of physical illness and injury, and I've been doing a lot of rehab, really, a lot more than any kind of training for a six-pack or biceps. I've been just making sure that structurally I'm in a place where I can do the movie and not come out of it injured, or that I can make it through to the end.
Wow.
Oh, wow. I'm looking at this video now. The thing around your neck, it's a lot happening. Your Instagram page is really fun, by the way. If people don't follow you, they should. Evangeline, thank you. Yes, thank you so much for talking with us this morning.
So great having you.
It's such a pleasure, always. Thank you guys for having me.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna Try to Curb Your Enthusiasm, we'll be joined by one of the show's most iconic stars after this.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism
in reverse.
False narrative. Shame. This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Dan, Hoda, and Jenna. Get ready to laugh because the hilarious Susie Essman joins us to dish on all the latest. Check it out. So we're in robes again, which is sort of how we like to spend some of our days. And that's because it's Tuesday, Thursday.
Yeah. Tuesday, Thursday, you're right. And it's time for us to reveal the outfits. Remember, the Rent the Runway people selected different ones. So this is just a reminder. Mine were the ones with the cheetah pants and the purple and that plaid two-piece item.
Mine was that skirt and top, that red look.
Which would you have chosen of all
I would
of
have
this?
chose A. I still hope to wear A.
Well,
on
maybe
Monday.
you're wearing A.
And I
don't
hope
know.
you wear A one day.
Okay, but let's see. Let's have a drum roll, please. 1, 2, 3.
Flatty. You look cute.
You look adorable.
Is my zipper up?
Okay, this is really weird. First of all, it's messing with the camera. I like it.
It really is.
Oh, yeah. Plaids are funny on air. They always tell you.
Wait, is mine messing with the camera?
No, you're just you're fancy.
Okay. I've always wanted to match the logo.
All right. So, Jenna, you were on assignment yesterday.
Yes.
You've been doing a lot of shooting. And yesterday, in addition to a shoot you're going to tell us about later, which is very meaningful and poignant, there was also a joyful shoot that you got to take part in.
I did. I
Your
got to
mama
talk with my mom, which is always kind of hilarious. You know when you've talked with your mom about certain things for the show, you're like, we just spoke on the phone.
Right. And
but
now
here
we're
we
gonna
are
do an
recreating
interview.
it. I talked to her about the fact that she and my dad have just become a grandparents again to my sister Barbara's newest babe, or only babe, Cora Georgia. And here's what my mom had to say.
Yes, I went every day to hold the baby in the hospital. And so we're looking forward to the baby being able to get out of the intensive care nursery pretty soon, I hope.
How did Dad feel about the fact that he finally got somebody named after him?
It was really great. Cora Georgia.
Yeah.
She'll have to be his favorite.
No. What about my children? Don't tell him that. He liked the namesake, of course.
She didn't say no. He wasn't the favorite. She left it hanging.
I was like, wait, I've had years of parenting these 3 children who are and that's it?
By the way, how beautiful is it? How's the baby doing?
The baby's doing great.
Good,
the baby's doing good, and it's so fun to watch Barbara become a mom. And it's just, by the way, when you see a baby swaddled, don't you just want to be swaddled?
It's so cozy.
Is that weird?
It's so cozy.
To see that little baby
up.
swaddled up. Anyway, everything's good. Okay, you've been busy too.
Last night, so Derek Jeter does this event every year. He's got a foundation called the Turn 2 Foundation. They raise money and they support children in high school and college, and they help them kind of get on their way. And they call them Jeter's Leaders. Well, it helps them stay away from drugs, alcohol, have healthy lifestyles. So this was a beautiful event last night. There were a ton of kids. There were a lot of celebs there, but really it was about the kids who were at the event. And it was amazing. I mean, I was there, but let's everybody else. But
there's
Derek and his sister Charlie, and they are incredible human beings. And I have to say, he's done it for 25 years. So that's how long that organization has been in existence. He's a new Hall of Famer, and he's pretty
love
cool.
him. You also posted a letter that he wrote to his 12-year-old self.
Oh, this was so beautiful.
Will you read some of this?
Here's a little bit of it, but it said, this is what Derek wrote to his 12-year-old self. You even stood up in front of your 4th grade class on career day and said, when I grow up, I want to play shortstop for the New York Yankees. Somehow, some way, that dream will actually come true. But that's not what I want to talk to you about. In a lot of ways, that's the easy part. That's the fairy tale. That's the version that everyone always wants to hear about. What people don't want to hear about, what you probably don't even want to hear about, is failure. And he talks about, throughout this, all the times he failed, how he thought when he was playing in the minors, he was humiliated. He called his family and said, can I just come home? And they said, do not quit. He also said that he watched his dad play shortstop in a softball game, a corporate softball game when he was a kid, and said, that's what I want to do. And so his dad got to see him play and still sees him to this day, and said last night he's never been prouder of his son. It was so beautiful.
Like his work off the field is even more remarkable.
Yes.
How cool is
He's
that?
amazing. There is nothing that can make us happier right now than to tell you that Curb Your Enthusiasm is back.
You know what makes me so happy is that music.
Go,
Okay, for
Meredith.
the past 10 seasons, the cringeworthy comedy, and we mean that in the best way possible, has made fans laugh out loud in their living rooms, especially when the show's creator and star Larry David is taken to task by foul-mouthed fan favorite Susie Green, played by comedian and actress Susie Essman.
See, season 11 premieres later this month, and Susie's back with her trademark wacky wardrobe and rants to remember. Take a look.
Make a toast to friendship.
Susie.
Yes, to friendship.
To friendship and to be with everyone. Eyes, please.
Cassie, Harry.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Larry, you can't look me in the eye and toast?
Look you in the eye?
Yeah.
Towards what end?
Because that's what people do. They
outta
look each
here.
other in the eye.
What is this, a seance? We're raising people from the dead? Come on, give me a break.
No, we're connecting and having some intimacy.
I don't need to connect, okay? I'm connected.
What are you afraid of?
What does it do?
You're saying, hello, I see you, I acknowledge you, I connect with you.
We love this show.
Oh my God, was that scripted?
No.
You just
The
did your
whole
thing?
No, well, here's in that scene,
There's a lot that goes on after this in the dinner party. But in that scene, I believe what it said in the outline was Susie does a toast and Larry doesn't look her in the eye and she takes him to task. And that's all it said.
That's it?
Yes,
the
that's
intimacy. Where's
that all comes. That's the fun of it. We do it all in the moment. We just make it up.
I mean,
Okay,
the
I am
improv.
crying. That's brilliant.
It's
That is so
good.
fun.
And by the way, in that little dinner party, we saw a familiar face. Was that Vince Vaughn that just
What's
popped
Vince
in?
Vaughn? Well, Vince Vaughn was on last season. He's playing Freddie Funkhauser. Richard Kind was in there. Patton Oswalt, and you see Cheryl's back. And
Can we reveal the guest list?
We always want to know who
we have amazing guest
Pull out
stars.
your phone. Who do you got?
Yeah,
Okay, we have.
Okay, there's some names.
Tracy Ullman is so amazing. She's in the second half of the season. She is so amazing. John Hamm, handsomest man in America.
Were you kind of embarrassed in front of him or no?
Who can even look him in the eye? He's so
You should
handsome.
do a scene with him where you have to take him to task, looking you in the eye.
Well, that was last season, but
okay.
he's so handsome.
Who else?
And he's so
Who
nice. Woody Harrelson,
What?
Bill Hader. Bill Hader is so funny.
Oh, my gosh.
They're all funny. Ted Danson is back. Who else?
Lucy Liu.
Lucy Liu, Julie Bowen. I'm
Patton
gonna forget
Oswalt.
people. I can't
Woody
see that.
Harrelson.
Richard
Look at
Lewis.
him now.
Thankfully, Richard had some surgeries, and luckily
Haley
he was able to
Cuoco.
do one episode. So we were so happy to have him back. Just great.
Do people, when you guys call up and say, will you be a guest star on, does everybody immediately jump on it?
I assume so. I don't make
You
the calls.
don't know?
But I
Yeah.
will tell you this.
What?
Big stars that I meet at certain places
Wanna
always
be on it.
beg me to.
They beg
yeah,
you.
they
What
say,
do you
Can you get me
say?
on the show? I said, I don't have that power.
You
Go
don't
talk
call,
to Larry.
You don't call Larry and just say, hey,
I mentioned to
Brad
him
Pitt wants
Every
to be
now
on
and
the show.
then. Every now
I
and then.
mention it to him,
Who's
but
the biggest star who wanted to be on?
Oh God,
Come on,
I can't fit. I don't know, Hoda. then I'm ranking people. then if I say, you know, Bill Hader, and then Woody Harrelson's going to get upset.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Don't
wait.
put me in that position like I'm in 8th grade in a slam book.
In a slam book.
You don't even know.
I do know what
that
a
is.
slam book
Because you
is.
watched the show. What's the show that had the slam book?
What?
Clue? No.
Mean Girls.
Mean Girls.
Okay, wait, but
were you in 8th grade? Were you the nice girl or the mean girl?
You know, I was usually the nice girl, but I remember when I turned 13, I had a little mean phase, which I think is normal, but I still feel guilty and bad about it.
What did you do?
I just, you know, who knows what I did. I just was not, you know, not nice maybe to some. Usually I stuck up for the underdog and the scapegoat.
Yeah.
But I remember one summer in camp, I went on the bandwagon when I was 13. And I think it's an age thing. And I still feel horrible about it and would like to find this girl and apologize
I think
to
you
her.
should. Why not? You're Susie Essman. Okay, but I got to interview Jerry Seinfeld earlier this week, which was so much fun, and I asked him his grievances, just for the fun of it. So, do you have any grievances that you'd like to get after?
You know, I don't. Jerry's a curmudgeon. I'm always the glass half full. I actually, and I don't want to say this because 700,000 people died and people had a really hard time.
Yeah.
But there were things about the pandemic that I really liked.
Yeah.
You know, like when somebody says I have to cancel, whoopee-doo. Nothing makes me happier. I didn't have to shake hands. I didn't have to, I could just stay in my pajamas all day. I didn't have to see people I didn't want to see. I really enjoyed that.
I know, it's actually hilarious that you're like, Jerry's a curmudgeon.
Yeah, I love that. I know.
Well, he is. Jerry's like, that's his whole act.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You know what? But when I did go in, I was like, are we hugging now? And you were like, not too close. We can hug, but
a little, just a little
Don't
hug.
put your mouth close to my mouth.
You guys, season 11 of Curb Your Enthusiasm premieres October 24th on HBO.
We want more Susie Essman, but we'll be back right
11
after
seasons.
this.
11.
How is that possible? Today Talks continues after the break. We have an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today Talks, our exclusive content that can only be seen here on Today All Day. Jenna raced off because she has a shoot, and we have a goodbye celebration.
Yes, we do.
For Joanne LaMarca, who's our former executive producer of our program. So everyone's going to get together. So Jenna had to jet off so she could jet there. But before she left, Susie Essman was sitting here. You know, there are certain people who you meet them and you expect them to be funny, and it must be annoying for them. It's like, be funny.
Right, they have to be on all the time.
She is just funny. And when I think about Curb Your Enthusiasm, hey.
I love these new graphics.
I know, it's pretty cool. But anyway, she's really, really got it. Like, don't you love when you meet someone and they're everything that you hoped for?
Yes, that happened to me. This is really trippy. Also, Hoda, don't you just adore your outfit? I actually do, but seeing it in double.
These were the ones that they were chosen for us.
Anyways,
so you've gotten to meet some pretty cool, wonderful people.
well,
but when you meet them in person, do they meet the expectation? It's always weird. You almost don't want to meet someone who you really look up to.
I think it's interesting too with comedians because sometimes they can be sort of dark, so they don't always come across as when they're off screen, they don't come across as that ebullient and funny. But most of the time,
well, think about if you're a comedian, it's like everyone must stop Broker and ask what the weather is all the time. And sometimes he's just going grocery shopping or he's like to pick up Nick, and it's sweet because everybody knows him in that context.
You know what I'm thinking of? Yesterday we had a surprise run-in, you and me, and just started bursting laughing.
Oh, we were in the gym. Okay, this was embarrassing.
That happens sometimes too.
Well, this is weird. So there's an NBC gym, and sometimes I don't like to use it because you have to change clothes.
And you have to run into people that you know.
A vulnerable position. You're like, hey, how are graphics? And you want to like pull your shirt up. So I was in the middle of getting dressed. There's nobody up there. I was like taking my time because it's like you feel like you're in your own house. And I literally just put on my shirt. I was about to put on my pants and I turn around and I see Donna, and Donna looks at me like she walked into my dressing.
Well, no, it's so funny because that like initial beat, we both have a look of horror because we're like, oh, who are we seeing?
I was also embarrassed because I was half dressed and I was like this, but So there are some.
But then we start laughing.
But
and it's
we
hilarious.
were in hysterics. But there are some people who are naked people who don't care.
Yes.
They walk around in front of you. You're like,
I am not that person.
I wouldn't. I mean, Joel's gonna think I'm great, but I still don't enjoy changing complete. I just don't. I know it's weird.
You the weirdest thing is that you used to work out in a different gym. This was like 10 years ago now when I was an intern. And I had this flashback of a moment because I recognized you because I liked your pants. You were changing in the locker room. And I remember being like, oh, I like that woman's pants. And then I go to get coffee and I see the pants and it's you. So I have a habit of seeing you change, apparently.
So weird.
Is what I learned from that.
But it is, there are definitely two different types of people. And I always kind of admire people who don't care.
Me too.
Because it must
They
mean
never
they're
had body image issues.
And they're confident.
Really
right. I mean, I know. Well, that was an
that's not
interesting
us,
conversation.
but-
That's it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching if you want for more Today All Day.
Why wouldn't you?
Because, I don't know, maybe they have other things to do.
Maybe you don't want to hear about pants and pantless. Okay.
Bye-bye.
My name's Jon Stewart. I've been away from television for some time. This is what I look like now.
First thing, I mean, how did it feel to be back in front of an audience? Were you like, sweet studio audience, or were you nervous?
Because of the COVID, I'm still not very pleased, like, when anybody exhales. Like, I just sort of thought, like, all right, let's do this like free diving. We're gonna go into the studio, we're gonna hold our breath for as long as we can hold it, and then we're out of there. But, so I'm still not as comfortable. I have performed since then. You know, Dave Chappelle put together this kind of great stand-up series and music series, all this stuff, in a cornfield in Ohio. So I've done a little bit of that. So I was around some audience. Although it's funny, when we did it in the field, everybody had to be masked because this was still early on. So there was no vaccine, there was no nothing. And it felt a little bit like a Faustian bargain. Like, you can perform, you can do your comedy, but you can see no one's mouths. You can see no smiles. So
That's hard as a performer, isn't it?
you look for the crinkle in the eye. You come back off stage, you go like, oh my God, did you see the crinkle? I was killing out there.
So crinkly.
Why would I go back to a visual medium? I could have done a podcast.
Unfortunately, it was my idea. I'm the idiot that cajoled myself. So yeah, I'm excited to do it. It felt like a nice evolution of the kinds of conversations that we've been having on The Daily Show and things like that.
Let's just get this out of the way. Is it funny?
There are hopefully there are moments of humor and levity. I mean, that's kind of what I do. I mean, it sort of starts, if you had seen kind of the things that we've done on The Daily Show, it begins with kind of a more Daily Show-esque essay at the top, sort of a more visual video essay to kind of orient the audience to whatever topic or issue that we're discussing. And then it moves on to things that are probably a little bit less familiar for that audience. But depending on the topic, yeah, I mean, certainly the episode on toxic exposures in the military is slightly less amusing than, let's say, the Freedom episode. But you know, it's of a similar piece, and we have some humor in it, we hope.
We're talking about this country. What's okay, what isn't? What are the priorities? That has to change or nothing will change.
I thought watching it, the answer is yes, it's funny. It'll make you laugh, but it also might make you cry.
Oh, well hold on a second.
Thank you.
I'm going to use that on it makes you laugh, it makes you cry. That's going right on the magazine head, Savannah. I'm going to put that in quotes. Savannah Guthrie, Today Show. It'll make you laugh. It'll make you cry.
Maybe I missed my career in marketing.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. You're the blurb queen. Everybody who said, I'm going to talk to Savannah Guthrie, said, oh, are you talking about the blurb queen?
Oh, yeah.
She can blurb it like nobody blurbs it.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jon Stewart. Why don't we begin tonight with something non-controversial? We support our troops unless they actually need support.
There's a lot of it that feels like The Daily Show, but it also is going a lot deeper. And I don't mean deeper into the controversy. You're going deeper into the substance.
Well, I hope so. I mean, it's, part of the experience of the last few years has been realizing that some of the things that you believe are the obstacles to certain progress or certain improvements and things that just seem obvious are not what's actually going on. Like the Today Show, like you're in there every day, man. You make your bones on volume. Like no matter what, you're there. And you can create that impression. And it felt to me maybe a chance to step back for a second and maybe look at the system.
I don't think I'm going to miss being on television every day. I'm going to miss coming here every day.
Was there any part of you that decided to come back to TV because of anything that's happened in the last 5 years where you felt like, I am dying to get this off my chest? I wish I had a show right now, because if I did, I would say this.
Not really. I mean, I feel like I get things, I mean, maybe that's because of stand-up, but I feel like I get to get things off my chest all the time. I have children. I get to unburden myself at breakfast and dinner almost every day. One of the audience members said, these past 5 years, you've missed so much, the entirety of the Trump administration and the pandemic. And I had to say that, just so you know, like, I am still alive in the world. Like it's, I think there's a sense sometimes that when you're not on television, you stop existing because that's how people sort of see you. Yeah. It really had more to do with an idea I had about one of the reasons why I left The Daily Show is I felt that I had stagnated, that I really I couldn't think of how to evolve that format in a meaningful enough way that it made sense to stay. And, people have asked me, did you feel the pressure from the audience and things like that? I never felt that, but you do from the staff. You know that, like, you've got this staff, they're young, they're really talented, they're hungry, they're industrious, and your mind's wandering.
I love the people here. They're the best. They're creative and collaborative and kind and that's alliterative, but it's cheating because it's a K. But you understand what I'm saying. I love them and respect them so much.
And so that's not fair to them. Yeah. And this idea that I had was the first time I felt like, oh, that feels like an evolution to me that makes sense, that's organic, and that I feel invested in. And so I think that was more the motivation of it. And also the children and Tracy have had enough of me. I think that was a lot of it as well. They just thought like, office in New York, get up there maybe 3-5 times a week. Not a bad thing.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I don't have any specific plans. Got a lot of ideas. I got a lot of things in my head.
We need to talk about this new pastime of yours that happened during the interregnum, during the time you were off The Daily Show.
Yes.
You've gotten a new talent. Do you want to tell the viewers about it?
First of all, very kind of you to say a new talent.
I didn't say you were talented.
I have a new, let's say this, I have a new behavioral tick involving drumsticks. It's something I'd always wanted to interact with music. I think if I could, most comedians I think are probably frustrated musicians, and I've always wanted to do it, and it turns out guitar is really hard. And so I picked up a guitar and I tried that, and I thought, oh, that's going to be like 5 to 7 years before I can just play Blackbird poorly. But I do know how to hit things and bang on them, done that. And so I started that, not realizing obviously the intricacies and how complex and difficult really playing drums is. But it does allow you to put on headphones and put on some of your favorite music and kind of, bang away at it. And I've loved it. I wish I had more time for it. I wish I was better at it.
Okay, how does the family feel about your drum playing?
Well, if you can imagine you're living with an older gentleman who won't stop doing this. Hey man, how's the pizza?
You have the drummer's overbite.
Oh, the drummer's overbite. Sometimes you shut the eyes. But you can imagine, so I'm generally annoying because I like to talk a lot. So at meals, that's annoying. And then when you add tapping, that elevates it to an entirely new scale of, oh my God, when do I get to go to college?
Well, let's go back to the show. You know, you do something in the show that you didn't ever do at The Daily Show, which is you went out in the field and actually conducted an interview.
Yes.
One-on-one.
Yes.
It wasn't humorous. The first interview you did was with our Veterans Affairs Secretary, member of the cabinet. It was tense.
This delay is killing people.
Yes, as soon as I was out there, I was like, oh my God, is this what the correspondents had to do? This is awful. I don't like this at all. Yeah, you're just sitting there in a room and there's no audience and there's the lights and you're like, hey, I think this guy might be getting mad at me. This isn't good. How am I going to get out of this?
It's really unpleasant.
Yeah, I don't care for it. Very tense.
Does that mean you're going to be nicer to the media in this new show?
No.
Should people expect you to skewer the media as you did? Should Fox News be scared?
One question didn't seem to really come up that much, which is, what is Fox?
Listen, man, I was on every day for 16 years. They weren't scared. So I don't think anybody should be scared of anything that we do, but hopefully, we'll still hopefully have that same eye for hypocrisy, or, contradictions, things like that. But maybe a more realistic eye of like what the efficacy of pointing that out is, which apparently is very low.
What about dissent?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like you want to bring in dissenting views? Would you ever want to do, dare I say it, a Crossfire style interview or debate with someone? Does that appeal to you at all?
I mean, debate is always, anytime you have an opportunity, I think that, like the interview that we did, it wasn't necessarily Crossfire, but it certainly wasn't two like-minded individuals sitting down. I think you always want to hear, I think the question is that idea of opposing viewpoints, because it sets it up as a kind of a binary. And I think if anything that I've kind of figured out over the years is there's very little binary that exists other than within kind of a media construct, because as you know, like the difficulty with media is it has to be producible. So I think the benefit of not having to do something with a recipe where the elements of it have to always be somewhat similar so that you can make it, gives you an opportunity to maybe move in directions that you wouldn't normally have to move in. And so I don't look at it as, oh, we're going to get a contrary, we're going to get the pro and we're going to get the con, because so little of these issues really revolves around that. It actually generally revolves around there's an obstacle in the system, or it's incentivized in such a way that these are the outcomes that are happening. So it's more, you know what I would imagine it is in some ways? It's like WebMD. It's diagnostic. And I think it's sort of hard to figure out what to do about something if the diagnosis isn't quite right. And so I think part of this is diagnostic.
What's really the problem with Jon Stewart?
That's right. You hope. Or not. Or it could be, this could be completely wrong. That can be sometimes the problem with something that's theoretical, is you have this idea of how you want to diagnose something, but when you're met with the reality of it, it's quite different.
It's been 6 years since The Daily Show. Is there anything in your perspective that has changed, or any new information, or just your own evolution that you're bringing to this show that you didn't have 6 years ago?
It's hard to say, because you probably have to be a little bit more self-aware. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what have I learned in 6 years?
I'm basically asking you, like, have you grown, Jon Stewart?
Yeah, I don't know. You hope, but that's one of those that I think it's hard to say. I can certainly tell you physically I haven't. In fact, the opposite. You would hope that there's an evolution and there are things you've learned and you do things better. And unfortunately, that just generally leads you to revelations of the things you still don't do right, or the places for growth that you still need to address. It's all kind of, I wish it were, the arc of the moral universe for people is long, but it bends towards better. But I think we all know it's peaks and valleys and ups and downs.
I'm gonna have dinner on a school night with my family, who I have heard from multiple sources are lovely people.
You like to think you're on that kind of nice linear slope up of evolution and betterment, but boy, it's Sisyphusian. Is that a word? Sisyphusian.
Let me get dictionary.com again. Hold on.
Yeah, there you go. You grow a little bit, you slide, you think. You know what the problem is? The problem with Jon Stewart is you don't know what your blind spots are because you're blind to them. And so you can shine a light on one area and grow in that area, and all of a sudden this other shadow appears. And, I think that's kind of that's the whole game, isn't it?
It's very human. It's very, that's it.
Yeah.
Finally, I read that you said in the time after, I don't want to call it your retirement. You didn't retire. I know. I know you're mad at me now because I keep suggesting that.
No, it's not. It's fine.
No, but
it's not anything I haven't thought of.
In this period of time, I read you felt like being away from that daily grind. You said that life got richer and more colorful, and I liked that. But can you tell me more? Can you elaborate?
Well, it's probably some. That feeling because you are. Listen, man, you guys are there every day, and the harder part about what you do is you're doing what we did on the Daily Show, but you're doing it at 4 a.m. Or that's not a complaint. Everybody's got a job to do, and those jobs have parameters. But I felt like the Daily Show, it's like looking through life through that tube, that cardboard roller that you pull out of a paper towel roll. And so you have a sense that kind of becomes your world, that you're so hyper-focused on this one thing that it gives you this really narrow field of view. And then when you leave it, there's this expectation that you've somehow diminished your life and experience by removing this incredible opportunity you had, this incredible success you had. And so you remove the tube, and then you go, oh my God. It feels like one of those videos where the guy puts on the glasses for the first time and sees colors, where you're just like, oh, I had no idea that all this was going on. And it was kind of a beautiful, there was a weird, I think for the first few months after leaving the show, I was a little Forrest Gumpy, just out in the world, how, what? You don't need to swipe the card, you just hold it up, and suddenly the groceries are yours? Impossible! Outrageous! I love it. It was that kind of thing. So,
you're emerging from the space-time continuum.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Rip Van Winkle to it. And I think even to the point of just being able to pick the kids up from school, I had experienced fatherhood in the crying times. It was always getting them ready for school or getting them ready for bed.
Yeah.
So it was always those moments of I don't want to do that and I don't want to do that. And you were like, these children seem peculiar and resistant. So having those moments of just picking them up from school and driving them home and listening to the conversation in the back where they aren't as aware of you're in there, it's so much more revelatory and lovely. And so I really appreciated that. And I think that informed how I went back to doing another television show, because I didn't want to put myself in another position where my field of view got so narrowed again. I really wanted to have the satisfaction of the work without that other element of just to the detriment of all these other things in life. I believe they refer to it as balance.
I was just about to say, Jon Stewart, sounds like you have it all.
What?
Ding! I was looking for a good little ending. How do you like that as an ending?
It's nice. Obviously, you have it all, but still live within my own head, which is, as you know, not a pleasant.
That's not a good, this isn't a good ending. Now you're you're messing it all up. Now it's getting all complicated.
Yeah, that's probably true. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much for doing it. Did I miss anything that we should have talked about that you were having on, that you wanted to get off your chest? Did I screw it up?
I was a little surprised, I asked my doctor, why is my hair completely gray? And he's like, your body stops producing the coloring. And I was like, can your body just do that? So that was just something I wanted to talk about, that I didn't realize that parts of your body die before the rest of you. It's sort of like, you ever go to a deli and it's 8 and you going in for a sandwich, but they've put all the saran wrap on all this, and you're like, hey man, can I get a sandwich? You're like, no, we put it away. And you're like, but it's a deli and I'd like a sandwich. You're like, yeah, no, we don't make those anymore until tomorrow. And that's what your body does. It's it's shut down before you're like, but I'm still using my head.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, no.
Okay, I'm gonna Okay, I'm gonna try to work that in. It'll flow. Let me see what I can do. But I'm not a magician, for God's sakes.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Inside Levi's Stadium, home to the San Francisco 49ers, a very different kind of huddle.
You accomplish your individual goal when the team accomplishes their goal.
Star NFL players, staff, and dozens of specially drafted local kids discovering the power of mentorship. After being kept apart by COVID, they're finally meeting in person.
Zoom is cool, but this is even better, right?
Part of a groundbreaking partnership between an organization called 100 Black Men, working with Bay Area boys and girls, now joining forces with the 49ers. Sharing stories and advice on leadership, networking, health and wellness, and financial literacy.
Football is only for so long, but us touching one of those kids, that lasts a lifetime.
Linebacker Fred Warner and defensive lineman Eric Armstead are some of the biggest names in the game.
We play football on Sundays, but we also have a lot more to give than just playing football.
What you do outside of the stadium is as important as what you do inside.
Absolutely.
More important.
More important. Why?
What you do inside the stadium obviously gives you the platform, but what you do with that platform is more important. It's more impactful. Even if you're fortunate enough to get your name up here in the stadium, that will go away, but how you impact people and how you help people will remain after you're gone.
That support means the world to 17-year-old Jonathan Martin.
A mentor is somebody who will have your back.
A star student with over a 4.0 GPA, like so many other kids, he struggled with anxiety and stress throughout the pandemic.
It has definitely been isolating. Just not able to have any interaction has been very tough.
He said connecting with his 49er mentors helped pull him through.
They taught me to keep going, persevere. This is going to end one day. So just having the mentors there to coach me up and tell me that these things will be over with and that you will have a good time has just been a great help.
It's an inspiring partnership born out of one of the most consequential moments in our nation's history, the murder of George Floyd and the reckoning that followed.
We saw a whole world that was really shifted and changed by that moment.
49ers general manager John Lynch was one of those people changed.
We huddled up and we said, what can we do? How can we make an impact to make things better? And I think through a lot of conversation and uncomfortable conversation came, we have to do something.
Did that impact you personally?
Oh, absolutely.
Has this program changed the 49ers?
I know it's changed me. You know, it's changed Fred Warner. It inspires me to want to do better. If I could have seen someone, you know, who looked like me and, you know, was somewhere where I wanted to be, saying as a young person, oh, I want to be an NFL player one day, and for that NFL player to tell me, you can be so much more. You know, don't just shoot for the stars, just shoot past the stars. That's why I want to do what we're doing. You know, it's really important.
Warner and Armstead also have a message for kids who feel alone and might be struggling.
At times, you may feel like you have no one that cares, no one that understands. I may not know you, we may not ever meet, but I care. I think you deserve every opportunity to be successful and live a great life.
I encourage people to educate themselves, just be a good person, be a good human being, because at the end of the day, that's what's gonna matter.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice.
Hi everybody, welcome to Dylan Dishes Cooking with Cal on Today All Day. This week it's Taco Tuesday, and we are showing you our favorite ways to turn any Tuesday into a fiesta with my steak tacos and turkey veggie quesadillas. And of course, any taco night wouldn't be complete without a great salsa. So don't miss a bonus recipe, my zesty mango salad, which can be made mild or spicy, however you like it. All right, so planning meals for an entire week can be so challenging, so stressful. One way to make meal prep easier is to give each night its own theme. I find that when you have a theme, it's easy to program your favorite dishes to kind of match that menu. So our first recipe is for steak tacos. For this steak marinade, you're gonna need garlic, cilantro, jalapeno, orange, lime, vinegar, oil, and salt. And for the homemade salsa to top these tacos with, you'll need tomatoes, onions, garlic, cilantro, jalapeno, olive oil, lime, and salt. So I've got this split up into our different ingredients. This is all going to be for the marinade, and this is all for our pico de gallo and our toppings and everything once we actually make the tacos. So here we go. Let's get started. So what we're going to do first is make a marinade for our skirt steak. We want it to marinate for about 2 to 8 hours. Any longer than that, the steak's gonna turn to mush. Oh, I got my hug. I love my hugs. There's a fancy way you can make this with a mortar and pestle. I just like to throw it all in the food processor. It's not as fancy, but it gets the job done.
Can I peel this all off?
Sure. Can I show you a trick?
I did a great
All
job.
right, throw all that in there.
These are awesome garlics.
Say Chanel, this is jalapeno business.
Chanel doesn't have a business.
That's Chanel's favorite joke. Just throw in some cilantro. Yummy. Throw this in there.
Ooh, yummy, yummy, yummy. I can't taste it.
You want to taste it? Here.
I'm tasting the juice.
You can have that one. I'll do the juices.
Then can I blend it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the blender.
Vinegar?
Ooh, yummy.
Smell that. I think I only have like 2 tablespoons left. Olive oil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6.
Press it again. All right, so we have our marinade and we're going to pour it all over the steak and then just let it sit for the next several hours.
Ooh.
Let's cover this up and pop it in the fridge and then we can make our salsa. Just need a couple of big chops because we're gonna let the food processor do all the work. Do onions make you cry?
Yeah.
Oh man. Did you remember your trick? Oh, look at how good you're cutting up that tomato. Okay. Unconventional pink color, but that's because of the food processor. You gonna clean this mess for me?
This is a big one.
We're gonna let this sit and all the flavors come together. We've got the steak marinating and all those flavors are gonna come together. And later we'll fire up the grill pan and we'll make our steak tacos, right? Okay. Okay, so we have had the steak marinating all day long, right? It's a little bit closer to dinner time now, right? Yeah. Are you hungry?
And it's already dinner time.
So we should finish this.
Yeah, we have to hurry.
Okay.
I love that sound. Can I do pepper?
Okay, that's why I wanted to do it. Was that the pepper? Should we make some guacamole?
Guacamole! Whoa!
So you'll notice if you look at the meat, it all goes that way, like all the lines are kind of going that way. So we want to cut this way, against the grain, so that it's nice and tender. Otherwise it'll be too hard to chew. All right, should we try it?
How I can't do it, Jonathan.
What do you think?
Yummy.
Do you like tacos?
Another one.
The next recipe on our menu for Taco Tuesday is a veggie and turkey quesadilla. The secret to this recipe is to really just use whatever you have around the house. Just open the fridge, pull out whatever veggies or meat you have on hand. And here's how Cal and I made our easy cheesy quesadillas.
Do you love quesadillas? Yum, yum, yum. Ready to get started? Mm-hmm. Okay. Why do you like quesadillas?
Because we can have cheese in them.
Is it just a means of eating cheese?
Yeah.
You did pretty good. That's perfect. Here, let's cut up some zucchini and we'll try it again. I'll give you some strips to cut, okay? Yeah, what's your favorite food?
Fried rice.
Fried rice? Maybe we'll make fried rice one day. What do you think? While you do that, I'm going to peel the carrot, okay?
Who picks mushrooms?
Farmers.
Oh, for us?
Mm-hmm. So you like mushrooms?
Of course I do.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice. Slice them up nice and thin like this. Guess what time it is?
Huh?
It's onion time. So I'm gonna do this onion real quick, okay? See you later. Oh, that's a gross onion.
What's in that gross onion?
Look at that. All right, no onion.
Can I see Mama? That's not loud.
I know, it wasn't that hot. Let's add a little salt and pepper. It's turkey.
Oh.
We're gonna use this instead of beef tonight because we had beef last night.
Did someone catch that turkey?
I think they caught the turkey, yeah. This on top.
Oh, that's not mine.
What do you think?
Yummy.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Ollie, what's for dinner?
Later.
Tacos? Can you say taco? Ollie, can you say taco?
Taco.
And cheese? Ollie, can you say cheese?
Cheese.
Ollie, can you say beef?
Beef.
Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. So you just heard Ollie say it. It's Taco Tuesday, and this week we're showing you our favorite ways to turn any night into a fiesta. Now, of course, this theme night wouldn't be complete without chips and salsa, and sometimes I like to mix it up with something sweet. So I recently taught Calvin how to make my mango salad that doubles as a salsa. I love this recipe because it's really versatile, and for this recipe you're going to need mango, shallots, red bell pepper, cilantro, and lime juice.
Sour. That's not sour. Juicy.
Juicy and sweet? You were just teasing? All right, that's enough mango, right? So can you help me put all the mango in the bowl?
This is all my pile.
That's your pile?
And this is your tiny bit pile.
I can do this bit pile?
Yeah.
Okay.
It slipped out my hands.
Do you know what this is?
No. Oh, yeah, onion.
It does look like an onion. This is actually called a shallot.
Wait, it's gonna hurt my eyes.
Okay.
It's gonna hurt my eyes?
It's not gonna hurt your eyes, okay? What is this?
Tomato, pepper. Squeeze it.
A pepper? Why do you want to keep squeezing? This is for the lime, silly goose.
That's a big strip.
All right, let's put the red pepper in. What color is missing in here?
Green.
Green.
Cilantro.
Cilantro. You can help me pick off some of these leaves, okay?
Especially my own.
He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. Have you ever heard of that before?
No.
I don't think so. Have you ever tasted cilantro?
No.
Nice pop of color. Pop.
I'm sure I'm strong then.
So you could try to squeeze it first on your own. You squeeze and twist. Squeeze and twist.
I do the other lime, okay, Mom?
I don't know if you need the other lime. Let's add a little salt and pepper.
Yes, sir!
Because the salt brings out the sweetness. And we'll do a little pepper.
Brings out the spiciness? Yes.
For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
And I dropped the noodles, my bad. 5-second rule, but just to be safe, I'm gonna put them in the dishwasher. But I mean, other times, if I was on national television, I'd still go by the 5-second rule. I'm Matthew Smith, and this is Kids in the Kitchen. When I really started cooking was when I was 7 years old. That's when I really got into the love of cooking. My family's Vietnamese heritage definitely influences my cooking style. My Bao Huai uses some specific ingredients that I still use to this day. I've kind of looked into those ingredients from starting to see things on the internet and starting to kind of be like, oh, lemongrass, for example, is actually used in Vietnamese cooking. And then from there, digging a little deeper, I actually learned, oh, that was the ingredient that my grandma might have had used in one of her recipes. I didn't really have an exact game plan, but I just kind of loved the experience. I think that the best thing that I learned from participating on the show was not something that I realized immediately. It's actually something that I've come to realize over the years, is that food has so many memories behind it, because when I think about it, I don't remember every single dish I made. I don't remember if I finished it in the correct time period. I don't even remember if the judges liked it or not. What I remember are those 23 other kids on the show who were just such a blast, and the memories and going out to eat with them and living the life in LA. That's what I remember the most. At the start of this pandemic, I had a lot of time off from remote learning, so I decided to cook for 100 days straight. First it was Italy, then it was Asia, then it was like a dessert route. But my dad did remember it as 100 days of cleaning. I'm still 11 years old, so some of my favorite hobbies, I think, are definitely playing the piano. I love playing downstairs Ninja, gotta boom, 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 boom. I think my favorite equipment is probably just the rings, because you could just kind of climb on them, and I love reading, So my advice for adults who are not great cooks is try to just see the other joys of it, because cooking isn't just about making the food. So just find a part of that you like to enjoy the process as you go along with it. Welcome to my kitchen. Today, I'm going to be making my Bao Wai inspired crispy chicken ramen bowl with soy sauce eggs. I love this dish because it reminds me of Bao Wai because of all the Vietnamese flavors. I'm here at my ramen noodle station. I'm going to be needing 120 grams of bread flour. I'm also going to need 60 milliliters of warm water, and this is so we can dissolve our teaspoon of baked baking soda. And finally, we're just gonna need a pinch of salt to give a depth of flavor. I'm gonna dissolve my teaspoon of baked baking soda. So now, in order to get this all incorporated into our bread flour, I'm just gonna kind of make a small well here, similar to how I would do for pasta. I'm just gonna add in my water mixture. For our depth of flavor, just kind of making our taste buds think a little more, we're gonna be adding in our pinch of salt. As you can really see here, our dough is really starting to form. And now I feel like this is all kids' favorite part about cooking, but I'm gonna ditch the fork and I'm gonna get in there with my hands, just kind of starting to add some over since it's very gluey still. We're just kind of starting to add flour, and then majestically, we're gonna really get a dough out of here. And for kneading, there's really two different ways. I kind of like to use the ball of my hand and start kind of like kneading it this way, but you can also put it back upon itself, which creates more layers and spreads the moisture throughout. I'm gonna take my rolling pin, and we're now gonna start rolling this out into a little square to spread more of that moisture and all. We're gonna cover it with the saran wrap and rest it for about an hour. If you want to do it overnight, you can just refrigerate it and take it out in the morning. So now we're going to be getting started at our chicken station to make our crispy chicken, the star of the show. But for this, you're just going to need two skin-on chicken thighs, as well as some coarse kosher sea salt and some grapeseed oil. So now it's time to score our chicken. This is just by kind of making small cuts within the skin and not the actual poultry. This is gonna ensure that we get a really nice crispy chicken breast. And it will also make sure it crackles up. Now using my other hand, I'm just gonna salt it, making sure to get into all of those cracks as well. I have some grapeseed oil, which is perfect for cooking at high temperatures. So I'm now just gonna add in our chicken breasts that we made, chicken thighs, my bad. And we're gonna put them skin down and let them cook for about 7 to 10 minutes. And you want to cook it to an internal temperature of 165 degrees. It says that it is an internal temperature of 166. So I think we did our job, everybody. So now I'm just gonna put this out onto a plate. We're gonna let that rest over there. So we don't want to get rid of all of that goodness on the bottom of the pot just yet, because that's gonna be the base for our broth. I will definitely say while making this, there's a lot of influence from my Bao Wai's cooking this dish more, such as the ginger. It was something she'd use very often. It's so small, and when it's roasted, it just gives that magical and kind of like pop acidic flavor in the back of your throat. So kind of working all throughout the mouth. So now into this pot of chicken goodness, I have my shiitake mushrooms, about 1/4 to 1/2 cup. And to that, I'm gonna add in my sliced ginger. To release that ginger flavor, I really find that by cooking it over low heat and by slicing it, it really releases the flavor even more. And now we're gonna add in the minced ginger, since we just want it to disintegrate, but we don't want it to burn. You know when this is ready, and I find it's just because you can really smell that ginger coming alive, and so that's how I know this is all ready and the mushrooms are a little wilted. I'm gonna add in my chicken stock. So now I'm gonna add in my small star anise. I feel like this leaves a hint of almost like a pho flavor, which has this very odd kind of smell to it, almost majestical if you were to have like a magic castle. But I'm also gonna add in some dried lemongrass. It doesn't have the acidity of fresh lemongrass, but it does give a really nice lemon flavor. So now we're gonna bring this mixture up to a boil, and then we're gonna simmer it for 10 minutes to really let the flavors meld together before adding on almost another layer of seasonings.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go! Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
In order to accomplish these soy sauce eggs, you're gonna need some eggs, sesame oil, some marin, as well as a good amount of soy sauce. The first thing you want to do is bring your salted water to a boil. We're gonna immediately add our eggs, and then you're gonna cook this for 6.5 minutes. So now that my eggs are done cooking, I'm gonna put them in an ice bath. I'm gonna get started making the marinade. I'm gonna add in my 2 tablespoons of soy sauce. And then again, for that little bit of stickiness/sweetness, we're gonna add in our marin, about a tablespoon or so, and then a bowl turn or a tablespoon of toasted sesame oil. It's time to peel our soft-boiled eggs. Now we're gonna let our little babies rest. So now we are at our noodle station, and we're here to continue preparing our dough. So I'm gonna get started rolling it by hand. This is a lot more fun, but can also get a little messy too. And I'm just gonna put that on a well-floured surface using some bread flour as well. We're gonna go once, go twice, and then we're gonna start making cuts throughout. One, and then we're gonna take it apart and you got a noodle. For the thickness, there's not like an exact thickness, but not as big as you would cut fettuccine, which is a little wider, but not as small as spaghetti. A lot of it's also trial and error, if I'm honest with you, but that's my favorite part about being a home cook. We're gonna cook these for 4 to 5 minutes so we get those tender, springy noodles, or otherwise known as al dente. Now that our noodles are cooking, we are getting started to finish our broth. So now we're gonna add in that second layer of flavors. So to kind of help that lemongrass out a bit, we have 2 teaspoons of lemon juice, a little bit of soy sauce. I'm gonna add in some mirin, a Japanese wine, also some rice wine vinegar, and then a pinch of salt for, again, that depth of flavor, some black pepper for a little bit of bitterness. That's all ready. And let's go check on our noodles. Those are nice and tender, so I'm just gonna scoop some out into a bowl. It's time to go head over to our broth station. So now we're gonna bring our noodles over and we're gonna add some of our delicious broth. This reminds me of my bao wai or my grandma's pho. Like I said earlier, although I love just when I'm with the food, I also love when I'm with my bao wai or my grandma's. Hello, bao wai. I'm so excited to garnish one of my favorite dishes, but also be with my favorite person. Bao wai, I just want to kind of cut it around the bone, and so I'm gonna probably cut it into 3 pieces. We got our scallions now, bao wai. I'm now also gonna add in my soy sauce eggs, and now we're just gonna cut it bao wai too. And wow, look at that runny egg yolk, bao wai. Isn't that just so satisfying? Now, bao wai, we're gonna get started placing our chicken, and I'll add in both of my eggs, topping it with some black sesame seeds for a little pop. We're just gonna garnish with these spring onions. All right, bao wai, here's the final product. And here it is. How do you think it looks, bao wai? Good? Nice. So good. Bao wai, do you like this dish?
Yes, I love it.
Oh, thank you so much. But thank you. Well, I mean, thank you for teaching, like just kind of being the inspiration to discovering my Asian heritage and making me so proud of that. So now we're gonna continue digging in. I hope you guys enjoyed this recipe as much as I did, and thank you again for joining me.
We are excited for our next guest because he is an 8-time Grammy Award-winning artist who also won an Emmy in 2013 for Outstanding Original Song on a Children's Program. Ziggy Marley is part of the music dynasty started by his father, Bob Marley, one of the pioneers of reggae music.
And if that's not enough, Ziggy, also an accomplished children's author, and he's here today to tell us about his latest book. Ziggy Marley, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Here's the thing. I mean, people know you as a very successful musician, part of reggae royalty. How did Ziggy get into writing children's books?
Oh, I have 7 kids, 4 young ones.
That'll do it.
Yeah, that would do it. And I mean, it's an extension of songwriting. I always love writing. And so, you know, it's just an extension of writing songs. I love it.
I love it. And your new book is called My Dog Romeo. It started, it's a story based off of a dog that you actually got during the pandemic. So first, tell us more about your dog and why you wanted to turn this into a book.
All right, so my kids, they always wanted a dog, you know, for years now, and my wife was very, very reluctant about it. She was like, oh, the dog is going to be like another baby and, you know, and so forth. So right before the pandemic hit, we got a dog, a puppy. He's a Legato, he's an Italian water dog. And the pandemic hit and we were home together with the dog for the whole year. And, you know, things like that, like animals inspire me, dogs inspire me, you know, birds, nature inspire me. So I wrote a song about the dog, and it's on my latest album, which is a kids album called More Family Time. And we kind of took the song and turned it into a kid's book.
And then you've got another kid's book coming out. This one's called Little John Crow. And you say this is a book that's really an extension of your own childhood. How so?
So when I was growing up in Jamaica, we grew up around, we call them John Crow. They're turkey vultures. And we always, as a kid, I used to look on them as very like scary creatures. And we wouldn't like them. You know, it would be like vultures, John Crows are the stories we would hear as children were really scary. But as I grew up, I realized that these animals are very important to our ecosystem. And so this book kind of goes through that kind of storyline where this vulture really doesn't want to be a vulture because vultures are seen as dirty and nasty and evil. But then he accepts himself as a vulture. And just like I accepted the importance of the vulture, so in the book, this character accepts himself as a vulture and finally fulfills his destiny.
Wow.
I love that.
That's a deep children's
that
book,
is
too.
deep and brought to you by nature. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I want to talk about your dad and music. You know, your father was a music legend in the industry and very instrumental in your career. So what would you say was the best and most impactful advice that he's given you that you've carried with you throughout the years?
I think both my parents really, my mother and my father, led a life that is not, for me, I didn't learn about things by words or by them telling me things, but by watching them and them being an example. So we learned that we have to help each other. We learn about ideas of unity and love and spirituality. And that really has had an impact on me in all my life. And my songs and everything, it's coming from that kind of foundation.
Ziggy, I mean, you've got these two children's books coming out. Does that mean we can expect a new album to drop soon?
Yeah, music always coming out. You know, we're doing a lot of singles nowadays. But yeah, music is always, creativity it's always there. So you can expect something, you know, every now and again we drop a single and maybe an album later this year.
Yeah, 'tis the new model. Singles,
Yeah,
not
singles.
albums. Ziggy Marley, thanks for waking up so early, Ziggy. Thank you. Always a treat.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's a brand new children's book on the shelf, and it happens to be written by one of our friends, Mark Shriver.
It is called 10 Hidden Heroes, and it teaches kids to count while it also teaches them about everyday heroes that are hidden on each page. And it was inspired by Mark's career as president of the Save the Children Network.
Hi,
Mark, we love you already. And we love you, well, partly because we love your sister Maria, but we love how your whole family has always been of service, Mark. Maria once told me, she said, we never took vacations as kids. Every trip we took was one of service. Is that how you remember it?
I think we had a little bit of fun along the way, but it was definitely, service was definitely interspersed in all of those activities. So yes, we definitely were exposed to all the different activities in a country, and we did service when we visited a foreign country, but we also had some fun.
You know, Mark, this book is so cool, and I feel like it's coming at the perfect time. You know, finally, I think we're paying attention to those that lift up our country. This last year has taught us that. And I got to count with my kids and find, you know, in a Where's Waldo type way, some of these awesome people, and it really starts conversations.
That's so great to hear, Jenna. Thank you. That was exactly what the book was designed to do. It's to see the hidden heroes, what Pope Francis calls the hidden saints next door, who are doing these wonderful things in our community and don't get lifted up very often. So much in American culture, we focus on, you know, the Super Bowl winning quarterback, the CEO has a lot of money, the movie star. But I think what we really should focus on are the people who are doing great things, good things every day. And that's what the book is supposed to do. It's supposed to spur conversations between adults and little children and hopefully be a learning experience and a fun experience for both readers and little kids.
Well, it's such a cool concept. And by the way, the illustrations that we're looking at right now are amazing. Who's the illustrator on this one?
Laura Watson. She is from Canada. We made the decision, you know, in May, June of last year, right in the height of COVID. And our children were home. 2 of them were home from college. Our 3rd child is in high school. And Jeannie and all 5 of us took a secret ballot on our favorite illustrator. We had a couple to choose from. And Laura was number 1 in all of our secret ballots. So it was a family process. And the kids helped identify some of the heroes in the pages. And Jeannie wrote some of the refrains. So it was a really family-oriented project, a lot of fun. We're hoping that it spurs lots of great conversations and lots of fun journeys.
You know what's funny? Jen and I have this conversation a lot. We talk about wanting our children to be of service, and this is a good starting point. Obviously, this book, you're watching people just serve their neighbors. But how did you teach your kids about the importance of service? Like, what did you do on a daily basis so that became part of their life?
I think little kids, soak up what their parents do, and they soak it up when the parents are happy and joyful. And I think if they see you doing things of service to others, whether it's cleaning up the dishes after dinner, whether it's doing something on the weekend for the homeless, for those that are hungry, I think these gestures add up, and kids see that, and they see that you're happy doing it and you're joyful doing it, and they're going to start following you. I mean, my mother and father, I don't think ever lectured us on service, but I knew that they went to work every day. I knew my father had great admiration for Peace Corps volunteers. He started that program. My mother was Special Olympics athletes. She started that program, and great admiration for Special Olympic parents. Those were the heroes that were discussed in our household. And I know that when I saw them get up and want to go to work every day and be happy and excited about that, it just kind of fell in line for us. And I hope my wife, Jeannie, and I are doing the same thing for our kids.
You are.
Just exposing them.
You're definitely doing it by this book, but also with your work with Save the Children. I've gotten to meet you through that awesome organization. How does this book tie into that work?
Save the Children, Jenna, as you know, spends a lot of time focused in rural America, rural poverty, kids that are struggling academically, and little children, 0 to 6 years of age. If kids enter kindergarten ready to learn, they're going to grow. And they're going to succeed in school and beyond. So we focus on those first 6 years of life, making sure that there are books in the home, that parents know how important it is to read to their children, expose them to literacy. And over the last 12 months, really focused on feeding children as well, because we want to fill their bellies and fill their minds. And COVID has had a dramatic impact on the distribution of food through the school lunch program. So Save the Children has stepped into that hole. We're feeding kids, giving them academic resources, and hopefully filling their minds as well.
Mark, we appreciate you, all the work you're doing. We hope people check out this book. It's called 10 Hidden Heroes. You can get it at today.com or anywhere, really.
Get it wherever you want, wherever books are sold.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
What you may not know about Jimmy is he started singing as a young age as a child. He stuttered, so a therapist had him write down his feelings on a piece of paper and sing what he wanted to say, and a songwriter was born.
Well, now this brilliant individual is written a beautiful children's book to help kids use their voices to stand up for what they believe in. And this book is called My Voice is a Trumpet. Jimmy!
Hello.
Okay, first of all, there's too many new things happening in your life where, we need to slow down, okay? You're newly married, you've got a new children's book. What was the third thing? I don't know.
He had a baby.
A baby, another. You've got a bunch of new things happening in your life. Just how does it feel to be a newlywed? I know you've been in a relationship for a long time, though.
It feels great. Things, I don't know, it's different. It's not different, but it's different, if that makes sense. I feel like now I kind of really have to listen to her more, because before I could be like, well, this is mine. It says Allen on it. She's like, well, it's my last name now.
And you have a new little one on the way. You already have two beautiful kids.
Beautiful.
I'm sure you're looking so forward to that.
I am. It's another girl. So you already know that we will be spending even more time at Disney World. But it's great. I thought it was going to be a boy. We both did, hence why we don't have a name yet. And we found out it was going to be a girl. We're like, what do we call her?
What do we call
her?
I
might just name her, Hey You. Hey, you, come here.
You are nuts. Hey, Jimmy, first of all, I didn't know this part of your story that when you were a little boy, that you stuttered, and it was something that you had to overcome. Tell us what that was like as a little boy dealing with that.
Man, it was rough at first because I hated talking in person.
Yeah.
Public speaking, forget about it. Reading in public, forget about it. And it was one of them things where I stuttered so bad to where it's not funny, but okay, it's funny. I used to slap my leg to get the word out, be like, or I would at one time ask my friends a question like, hey, how many, man, how many times you gonna ask that question? I'd be like, my bad. But no, I kind of got to the point where, I want to do something about it. So I got a speech therapist. How do you say it? Speech pathologist.
Pathologist.
It sounds expensive. So she started having me write down what I wanted to say, right? And then she had me sing the first two words of the sentence, because you notice when people sing, they don't stutter. So if I wanted to say, hey, how y'all doing today? I'll be like, hey, how y'all doing today? Then once I get going, I'm good to go. But ever since I learned how to stop stuttering, well, I can't shut up.
You know what, too? This book is beautiful. It compares kids' voices to trumpets, to rainbows, to honey, some that are silent. And I feel like it's a bigger metaphor of teaching kids that they should use their voice for good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure. You know, it's super important to me because I feel like that age, you know, from birth to 4, K through 4th grade, you know, kids are still at the sponge age. And it's like everything that they're going to have in their tool belt as an adult and as a teenager is what's placed into their life at that age. Yeah. So it's important to kind of get in early and let them know that, hey, you're important. It's okay to encourage yourself. It's also okay to encourage other people, you know, and when you see something happening that you don't agree with, you know, you can say something about it, because if we don't, they turn into adults who don't encourage other people, don't encourage themselves. You know, when they see things happen, they're afraid to speak up, you know. So I kind of wanted to just get in at a young age and do that. And shout out to my teachers who I am super close with still, my kindergarten teacher, my 1st grade teacher, that were really important to me. And, you know, my life through books, through music, that was Miss Adair. Back then she was Miss Alexander and Miss Sharp. My kindergarten teacher and my 1st grade teacher, Miss Alexander, is actually going to be reading my audiobook.
Oh, awesome. Well, Jimmy, we adore you. I love that you shouted out all your teachers.
Yes.
That's so you. We want people to check out your book. It's called My Voice is a Trumpet. You can get it at today.com/shop.
It is just beautiful. Love you, Jimmy.
He is an Egyptian heart surgeon turned comedian and TV host who's being called the Jon Stewart of the Middle East. He's got more than 40 million viewers of his political satire show.
Now Bassem Youssef and his family call L.A. home, which led him to write a book for young readers called The Magical Reality of Nadia, a way to help his daughter Nadia adapt to living in America while embracing her culture.
Look at famous Bassem is here. Hi, Bassem. How are you?
Hi, Hoda. How are you? Hi, Jenna.
It's so great to see you. Now, we should tell people a little bit of the backstory. You fled to Egypt because, as a political satirist, that was a no-no. Describe your journey here to the U.S.
Well, as you said, I ran into some troubles because of comedy, out of all things. And I came here to America in the most interesting political times when, you know, Donald Trump was rising to power. So that kind of inspired me to write something for my daughter, because I believe that whatever problems we have to go through as adults, they weren't addressed as young kids. So I thought, like, maybe I would use my experience and kind of channel it into younger readers. But I didn't want it to be on the nose, so I used magic, I used history, I used fantasy, and I think it's a cute book because first of all, I get to write a book for my daughter, and I think she enjoyed it. At least she tells me that.
Is she right there, by the way?
Yeah, where is she?
Is she nearby? We can't go on without her.
There she
is. Hi, Nadia. How are you? Good.
When you found out that your dad was going to write a book with you as the main characters, the star, what did you tell him?
I was just like,
well, you know.
Well, she's very critical, by the way. She told me, by the way, Nadia in the book is not at all like me because I do not collect bobbleheads. And I said, Nadia, this is not an autobiography. It's a fiction. So when I told her it's fiction, what did you tell me, Nadia?
It's fantasy.
It's fantasy because it has magic.
Oh. Fantasy, boy, she's smart.
I know, I
Nadia,
love it.
You are super smart. You're obviously the book is written with your daughter as the central character, but this is something that all kids can take a page from. So what do you hope how other kids take from it?
Well, that was a question for me, Nadia.
Oh.
Sorry. So basically, this is a question that promotes the idea that being different is cool. I think one of the reasons why America is a unique place is it allows people with their own differences to come in and to live together. And I think there's a message here to tell people that being different is cool. It's not a source of suspicion. It's not a source of weakness. This country is good, is great because of all of the different people and the different culture here. I think we should embrace our differences while in the same time call ourselves Egyptian American, Chinese American, Korean American, it doesn't matter. We all come from somewhere. Even if you think that you own this country and you've been here forever, your parents, your grandparents at a certain point came from somewhere, which makes us all basically in the same boat.
Well, it's a beautiful book about acceptance.
Yes.
I read a little bit to my little girls last night, and Nadia, they love you.
Nadia's a star. Bassem, yeah, of course she is.
It's a really beautiful book.
Thank you so
Bassem.
much. Bye, Nadia.
And you can find the magical reality of Nadia. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
On today.com/shop.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For those of you who don't know Rocky Merchandani, she is a mom. She's an award-winning author. And more than that, she is a longtime friend of our show. And girl, she's a force of nature.
She sure is. And now she's written a new book called Hair Twins that centers around a little girl, her dad, and the special bond they share. And it happens to be based on Rocky's daughter and husband.
Rocky's with us. Hey, girl.
Hey, friends. How are you?
Okay, seeing Rocky just warms my heart. Rocky's been a part of this program for almost as long as this program has been in existence. So first of all, we love you. How's Satya? How's she doing?
She's great. She's really salty that I sent her to school today, but I was like, I put on Spanx and heels for Hoda and Jenna today. Go to school.
Rocky, I read this beautiful article that you wrote for Today.com, really that was the genesis of this book. And you call it a heart song, which kind of warmed my heart. So will you just, first of all, I've read this book to both of my girls. They loved it. So will you just tell us about the genesis of this awesome book?
Yeah, thanks. I'm so glad the girls loved it. I was so keen for you all to share it over a bedtime story. Hair Twins is the story of my family. It is the story of my husband, Agan. It is the story of my daughter, Satya, and it's a story of their bond. Agan and Satya, as part of their faith, they don't cut their hair, as many Sikhs don't. And when Satya was little and Agan would tie his turban, Satya would pull up this little stool and stand next to him in the bathroom and watch him tie his turban. And it was that moment that took my breath away, an everyday moment, because it's a connection that they share, this deep bond about who they are, their faith, the community they come from. It ties them to each other, right? But it also ties them to Agan's parents and our grandparents, to the global community we're a part of. And for me, that bond was so special and so beautiful. I wanted to share it with everybody. So this book is a window into our apartment, into our lives, into who we are, into the pride we feel to be all the things we are, Indian and American, Sikh, from New Jersey. And I hope that it's also an invitation. I hope that every single person who reads it, adult or kid, they feel called and compelled to share who they are, all the parts of themselves with others.
That is so beautiful. That is so beautiful. And I think you did so many things great with Satya. For people who don't remember, she was a little girl who was battling cancer many years ago. And we all held hands and prayed a lot around this studio for that little girl. And she is now the subject of a couple of books. But I was just thinking, knowing who you are as a kid can sometimes be a struggle.
Yeah.
Because, kids are different. All kids are different. And how did you help Satya feel good in her own skin?
I think in some ways she's made me feel good in my own skin, Hoda. I struggled as a little brown girl in New Jersey in the 80s and 90s. I had a foot in both worlds. I had a foot in India, I had a foot in America. And I felt like my entire existence hinged on keeping those things separate. For Satya, it was really important to us to bring all of who we are and all of who she is. Oh my God, I love that picture, to everything. So, she's a riot. And so we go to her class, right? And now it's over Zoom. And we talk about our holidays. We talk about our food. This weekend or this Thursday, we're going to celebrate Holi with her class. And I think just not compartmentalizing the parts of ourselves, but fully living into all of who we are all the time has made her own every part of herself. And I think she takes up a lot of space in this world because she's able to do that. And I also hope that she's making space for others, right, to do the same, to share who they are.
Rocky, that is sort of the part of this article about how she's different than you are when you were little. And there's this moment where a mom in her class sits next to you on a bench in the park and says, my daughter wants to be like her. My daughter asked if I could braid her hair like hers. And that must have been like this profound mom moment for you.
It actually makes me cry to think about it because if I could have washed the brown off my skin as a little girl, I would have done it. And to hear a mother, it was so generous of her to say this to me. And she said, my daughter, she wants to have beautiful, long, beautiful braids like Satya. And I know why Satya's braids are so long. They're long and they're beautiful because they're reflective of her faith, because she's a little sick girl, right? And her hair is a commitment to love and to equality and to service and to social justice. And to know that when she walks through the world, folks see it for what it is: confidence, beauty, connection.
I mean,
we can't. Okay, Rocky, please stop doing this to us. We love you. Please get Hair Twins.
This book is so good.
We love you.
I love you both so much.
Thank you, Rocky, for being here. And
Today.com/shop. Pick it up.
Buy it wherever you can.
All right.
And we'll be back right after this.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and I know trends. Each week, I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm fashion and beauty expert Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop All Day contributor Jen Fallick, and I love finding the best versions of everyday items in Better Basics.
This is Shop All Day Oktoberfest. Hi, I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and we're back today with another episode of Shop All Day. It's full swing into fall, and October is the month for outdoor activities, all things pumpkin, and of course, Halloween. And we have you covered from your head to your toes, literally. We actually have a nail polish set called Pumpkin Spice Latte to go with that coffee, to a pan that will help make picture-perfect tarts made from all those apples you'll be picking. And remember, see that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. So let's get to it. Get ready to wrap yourself in luxurious comfort with this next trend, the poncho. I'm obsessed with ponchos. They're the epitome of fashionable fall flair. And we have seen ponchos all over the runways. And I've got to say, I love that designers are really embracing that 70s vibe we're seeing so much of. But I think what shoppers love the most about the poncho trend is that they're almost like wearing your favorite blanket. This poncho here is almost 5 by 5 feet. So this poncho comes in 22 different patterns and colors, from blown up plaids and actually options that have 2 different colors. They're reversible, to this very on-trend Navajo print. And I've got to say, I mean, the poncho is incredibly versatile. You can wear it in so many different ways. You can wear it as a poncho or a cape. You can also wear it as a wrap. And in a pinch, if you're headed to a great fall picnic in the park, you can also use this for the most stylish picnic blanket you've ever seen. So next, speaking of oversized, we are so on board for the oversized knit trends this season. And this is a sweater that has a lot to love. It features 2 of some of the biggest knit trends we're seeing out there. And that would, of course, first be that oversized trend that we've seen so much of. But what I like so much about this sweater is that it's oversized, but it's still flattering. It's not too chunky. And the fabric here is just a really nice medium weight. So it's really versatile in all the ways that you can wear it. So you can wear it out sort of tunic length. It gives you a little bit of coverage. And we also love that this sweater comes in all the luscious fall colors you want to wear. We all need a go-to chunky sweater when you're running out the door, whether it be to apple picking or to the game or just running around town. So if you loved the high-waisted jean trend, then get ready, because next up we've got the higher high-waisted button-fly straight jeans from Old Navy. These jeans are 1 inch higher than their extra high-waisted jean and 2 inches higher than Old Navy's regular high-waisted jean. And I appreciate that, because my motto is, the higher the waist, the longer the leg looks. And I have to say that, you know, a high-waisted jean is one of the most universally flattering jean styles. Now, another thing, it looks vintage, and there's a little hidden bonus. They've got these smoothing pockets that actually help to give you just a smoother look. Who doesn't love that? And they come in lots of different washes at a price you are going to love. So now that we've gotten clothes all taken care of, we can hardly keep a lid on one of our favorite fall accessories that screams fall vibes. So whether you're going apple picking or headed to a fab fall brunch, one of the biggest trends we're seeing out there this season is the wide brim fedora. And actually, I take that back. It's not one of the biggest trends we're seeing. It's probably the #1 biggest accessory trend we're seeing out there. And I've got to say, every influencer I know is constantly wearing a hat like this. And here's what they love so much about it. First, this one is a beautiful example of the trend. It's from Urban Outfitters, and it's got that wonderful extended 3-inch flat brim. So flat brim really is the key here. It's made out of 100% felt, and it's really high quality. And I love these sort of elevated details like the dimpled crown, but it's also functional. It's actually hiding this fabulous little mechanism that allows you to adjust the size of this hat. So you're ensured to have a perfect fit. And let's talk about the colors. They come in some of the it colors for fall. So that's rust and these beautiful neutrals. And this is a great price as well for such a high quality hat. So now for a mani that's pumpkin spice and everything nice, we've got Olive & June's pumpkin spice latte set. You know it's officially fall when you have the first PSL of the season, and we needed a mani to match. So these polishes are going to give you that understated understated tonal mani that is so hot this season. And this set comes with 4 different polishes. They are inspired by our pumpkin spice latte. So we've got the cinnamon brown and this wonderful terracotta orange. We've got a wonderful apricot and a creamy neutral. It also comes with a high gloss top coat. And what I really love about Olive & June polishes are their formulation. Really easy to get off with just typical nail polish remover. And they have this applicator brush that fans out really wide, so it makes it easier to paint your own nails. I mean, I'm terrible at painting my nails, but I can paint my nails with the Olive & June brush. So this is such a great way to, salute the season. I mean, hello, October. Now we've got nails to match. Next, let's talk trick-or-treating. And if you're looking for a low-key but high-style Halloween costume, these sparkly earrings from Bubble Bar are totally fabulous. And oh my gosh, I love Halloween, and I always look forward to Bubble Bar's seasonal collections, especially their Halloween collections. And I know these are Halloween themed, but I gotta tell you, I would wear these all year long. They're just that cute. So you can choose from, Bubble Bar's best-selling skeleton drop earrings. This year they've been updated with pearls. They have blinged out pumpkins. They have Casper the Crystal Ghost. Check out this little crystal fringe detail. And I just love how Bubble Bar really leans into Halloween. I mean, Halloween, but make it fashion, right? If you don't like wearing a costume, this is an effortless way to give a nod to the season. Just throw on a pair of these spooky sparklers. And last but not least, you know what I love? Matching family sets. They're just so much fun. And with this Halloween skeleton matching family pajama collection, it'll be scary how cute your family looks. So these are from Target, and I just think it's so much fun. So you and your family can hang out in skeletal style. There's something for everyone, for men, women, kids, toddlers, even your pup. And so these are perfect if you're hanging out at home, carving pumpkins, watching scary movies, maybe taking family photos, or they're also great for trick-or-treating. But here's my favorite thing about them. They are 100% cotton, which means they're totally breathable. So these are so much fun. Let's run through all the products one more time. We've got the plaid poncho, the turtleneck chunky sweater, the higher high-waisted button-fly straight jeans, the felt fedora, the pumpkin spice latte nail polish set, the Halloween jewelry collection, and the matching skeleton family pajamas. So that's it for Style Finder. Up next, Mako and Lovu is mixing it up with pastry chef Ashley Holt, who is making pumpkin pie brownies and showing us her favorite kitchen tools. And Jen Fallick has the pampas grass trend growing on social media. So don't go away.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative.
Shame. This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders, and they'll share their favorite products and must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget that QR code at the bottom of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. It's October, which means apple picking and trips to the pumpkin patch, so let the baking begin. Ashley Holt is a pastry chef, entrepreneur, and one of the hosts on the Netflix show Bake Squad. She's here sharing 2 favorite treats and 1 pumpkin pie brownies. Yum. Hi, Ashley, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing even better than you're here. So let's talk about your adorable, beautiful, funny daughter, Chloe.
She just turned 3.
She just turned 3. Oh my gosh, so she's a full-fledged toddler. Is she showing any interest in being in the kitchen or in baking or cooking?
Loves being in the kitchen with me. I mean, granted, I'm a bit of a neat freak in the kitchen, so I have to exercise my own, just let it be messy. We have to adjust to that a little bit, but it's so just heartwarming seeing her on her step stool, cracking eggs and, whisking away and just making a mess. I really do I can make me cry.
Oh, I can just see you lighten up. That is so beautiful. Do you have any traditions that you do with her around this time of year? Maybe even Halloween traditions that you're building with her?
Yeah, so I love Halloween so much, and I just love holidays in general. So we're definitely going to make it a tradition to, of course, carve pumpkins and make pies. And I remember when I was a kid, just my mom pulling out all the decorations from the attic and us just filling up the front yard with cobwebs and tombstones, and it just was such a nice bonding moment. So I for sure want to bring in having an epic yard decoration.
Oh, that's so sweet. I can't wait to see the photos on Instagram, so I'm going to hold you to that. So let's get to what we're making today. What are we making? I'm so excited about this dish.
Oh, thank you. Nothing is like baking in the fall. You have all your spices and aromatics and everything. It's just so much cozier to eat these yummy pies and decadent desserts in the fall. So one of my favorite things to make every fall is a pumpkin pie brownie, and it's layered with a graham cracker crust. This is made, I did this a few years ago. I was just bored in the kitchen. I was like, what do I want to make? And it's super simple. It's literally brownie batter and a pumpkin pie mix. And honestly, both of those, you could use a box of brownies if you're in a time crunch, you're just feeling a little lazy like me. And you can put together an easy pumpkin pie. It's a can of pumpkin puree, a couple eggs, and almost a cup of evaporated milk. And you just layer the 2 batters and bake it for about 45 minutes. And it's just the best.
I have to tell you, I've never tasted a pumpkin pie brownie, so this is all super exciting for me. So you can switch out, can you do a sweet potato? Can you switch out the different ingredients if you wanted to, or is this strictly for a pumpkin pie brownie?
Oh no, you can totally mix it up. And I always say, have fun with your desserts anyways. Try unconventional combinations. Hey, maybe a cherry pie filling could be really good on top of the brownie, right? Or who knows, maybe apple pie could be really good layered with pumpkin pie. I just like to kind of mash up things and hey, is this gonna work? And that's what happened with this right here. So it's kind of like a happy accident. That's how the chocolate chip cookie was created.
I love that. I love a good happy accident. Okay, so we have a kitchen scale here. And as a person who's sort of learning my way around the kitchen, why is a kitchen scale important? Why should we have that in our kitchen?
Oh, kitchen scales are without a doubt one of the most important tools in the kitchen. It's gonna give you the same result as a baker every single time. A lot of people, they're so intimidated by baking and thinking it's such a science. Well, your scale takes a lot of that guesswork out for you. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen the same recipe completed by the same person, and even myself, and it turns out different because either you're scooping your flour too densely or maybe you're aerating it too much. It's just much faster this way too. It gives you the same results every time. Taylor is a brand that I've been using since I got in this industry 12 years ago, and the scales that I've had for the past 8 years, they still work perfectly.
And it's aesthetically pleasing. It's so beautiful. Can you use wet and dry ingredients to measure your products on the scale?
Yeah, you can do wet and dry. It goes up to 11 pounds, which is really great. And to your point on it just being so aesthetically pleasing. Like, I don't like a lot of clutter in my kitchen, and the things that I have out, I want them to be beautiful. So this definitely checks that box for sure.
I love that. And this is a great hostess gift as well. If maybe you're invited to someone's house, a Halloween party, some kind of situation like that, that would be a great item to bring. And the spatula. Okay, I have to be honest, I don't know how to use the spatula. I'm so ashamed to admit it. How do you use the spatula?
Okay, this spatula, an offset spatula, is like, aside from a chef knife, one of your most important tools in the kitchen, in my opinion. It is thin and flexible, and this allows you to ice cakes perfectly smooth. Get those beautiful swooshes in the top of the cake and pretty like rainbow or ribbons on the side of the cake. You can lift out with this thing. You know, I can lift the brownie out of here once it's baked. And what a lot of people don't know is the part, like I see this a lot in my cake classes that I teach, the part that people are using and struggling with icing their cakes because they're using the wrong side. Using this side of the spatula, but actually you want to use this back side.
Okay.
You can scoop with it and you can spread with it. Like this is something, it comes in all different sizes too. You can get a larger one than what I have here. And you also have a little baby like that. And something else just to point out with both of these, like the kitchen scale and these spatulas, like you don't have to be a baker or a chef to have one of these. My mom uses it all the time for her meal prep. And with this, you can use it for spreading peanut butter, jelly, like even for paint too. I use this a lot when I'm painting.
Oh, okay, that's good to know, a multi-purpose sort of tool. This is a great like rainy day activity. When I think fall, I think the rain, I think leaves, I'm thinking Chloe, and if you have little kids, they're indoors, so this is a lot of fun. And because you have all this expertise, I just can't have you go without you sharing some more pearls of wisdom. How can we, when we're plating our food, how can we make it just generally aesthetically pleasing? How can we plate our dishes to just have people saying, wow, this looks incredible?
Oh, you know, plating is super important. And for me with plating, it's all about a balance of weight, texture, and color, and just making it intentional with what you're doing. You know, if you're gonna put a pretty swoop on the plate, pay attention to how it looks on the edges and make sure it's not all jagged and sloppy. Like it's a little bit of, you know, just slow down a bit when you're doing things, and it really makes a big difference.
Okay, that's really good general life advice as well. Ooh, slow down a little bit. I want to slow down and sink into that brownie. Oh my gosh.
Don't drop the brownie.
Don't drop it. But oh, that's okay. Listen, life happens. You have the perfect spatula to pick it back up.
Sure do.
There you go. Okay, I'm excited to see that. Listen, Ashley, it has been a treat truly chatting with you today. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you so much for having me, and I hope to see you soon. I'm sure we'll see each other around.
Bye. Now, let's run through all the products one more time. We've got the kitchen scale and the offset spatula. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Up next, Jen Fallick has better basics, including a portable fire pit to keep you cozy during fall evenings, plus matching family aprons and a hack for photo-worthy tarts made from all those apples you'll be picking. Stay with it.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative.
Shame. This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Shop All Day. I'm Shop All Day contributor Jen Fallick, and today's show has been all about Oktoberfest. So now we've got some fall favorites to upgrade every day, from the most decadent and delicious pumpkin pie sauce to a home decor upgrade using pampas grass. And see the QR code at the bottom of your screen? Simply scan that with the camera on your smartphone for instant access to all the products you see here on the show today. So let's get started in the kitchen. Why not wear a matching outfit with your kids if you're trying to get them to cook in the kitchen with you? I absolutely love these aprons. These are from Williams-Sonoma, and what I think is so great about them is that they have the kid sizes and the adult sizes, but they're the same exact quality. They're durable, comes in great colors, super classic and kind of chefy feeling. It's got pockets, key in the kitchen, and kids just for some reason love everything with pockets. What's great is that the adult version has a D-ring here, so with this you can really adjust the size and length depending on height, depending on comfort level. And for the kids, it also gives you options, but it gives you Velcro here. So you've got the Velcro different sizing, so it's gonna work for kids who are, on the smaller side all the way up to tweens and teens. This gives you the options, same quality, same matching styles, lots of color options, machine washable. These are great, they will last you forever. Then, if you want it to look as good as I know it's gonna taste, you need one of these. So this is a Wilton tart pan. It also works great for quiches. What's amazing about this and why it has actually over 5,000 reviews on Amazon and tons of 5-star ratings, the bottom of this pops right out. So when you make your tart or your quiche or whatever it is, you don't have to sacrifice it looking beautiful simply to get it out of the pan. And another advantage to something like this is that it helps it cool faster. It's gonna last you forever. It's got a 10-year warranty, and you can throw it in the dishwasher. So next time you're gonna make a quiche, you wanna make a really beautiful little tart with all those delicious apples that you picked, this is the pan that you need to do it well. Now let's transition from apples into pumpkins, a fall favorite all around. This pumpkin pie sauce, you guys, is epic. We are obsessed with it in my house. It's amazing to put on top of ice cream or put it in your coffee, and it instantly turns your regular ho-hum everyday coffee into a really decadent fall treat. We buy the bottles in bulk just because whenever we open one up, it tends to go quickly because we put it on everything. It's also a great gift. Pumpkin pie flavored, but it's not cloyingly sweet. Sometimes I find that pumpkin flavors can get a little bit too sweet. This has nutmeg, cinnamon notes in there, so it gives you a really great richness. These sauces are just always bestsellers, and this is the one that you need to add into your rotation for fall. Another fall must-have when it comes to making your beverages extra special are these stoneware tea mugs. What's so special about these and what makes them better basics worthy as your fall must-have, like an Oktoberfest essential, if you will, is that they've got a special little detail. So take a look.
Sure, it's a beautiful mug, beautiful handcrafted with nice decoration on the side, but it's got a little holder here for your tea bag. I'm like the designated tea maker in our family, so every night we all love to enjoy a cup of tea. It's sort of become a tradition. I end up spending half the night hovering over the steeping tea in the kitchen because I'm waiting to take the tea bags out before I bring them out for my kids. Because they don't like having the tea bag and they're drinking their tea, it becomes a big mess. So with these, what I love is that when the tea is done steeping, all you gotta do, lift it right out, and you can put it right here in the little pocket on the side. When your guests, when your kids, when you are ready to take the tea bag out, put it right in the pocket next to the cup, and you've got your perfectly steeped tea every time. Now let's move on to home decor. And one of the biggest trends that we're seeing for home decor for fall also happens to be one of the easiest to execute. It's pampas grass. Pampas grass, as you can see here, is just beautiful, leafy. It's a faux floral, and I love it because it gives height, but it's also really easy to craft with. You will see a lot of people on Pinterest making beautiful wreaths. These are great because you can use them over and over and over again. They do really go with any sort of table setting I'm doing, whether it's gonna be something more kind of like whimsical and Halloween with mini pumpkins. This works. If it's really sophisticated and sort of just more of an overall fall styling moment, and of course you don't have to water them. So in a really tall vase, you can simply fill the bottom with bubble wrap and place these on top, and it's gonna look like you have that height and you don't have to worry about altering the sizes. When you're thinking of what you want to put your pampas grass in, I am a huge fan of stocking up on vases that you love when you find them. Crate & Barrel happens to be sort of my go-to for all things vases. I use it for everything. Any tapescape I do, typically I'll go there and just bulk buy. I love these enamel vases. What I think is so great about them for fall specifically is the coloration. So it's kind of this warm ivory beigey tone. They're all a little bit different. They have a very sort of boho textured, handcrafted style to them, but they have a shiny finish. So it feels a little bit dressy without feeling fancy. And there's a lot of great size and shape options. So these three here look amazing clustered together, but also can be statements on their own. And last but not least, an Oktoberfest essential all season long is a fire pit. And this one from Amazon is under $100, and it is a bestseller. Customers who bought it love it. One of the top things that I noticed when I was going through everyone's reviews is that people say it's so durable that they can even leave it outside all season long and it stays in tip-top shape. It comes with a mesh lid, which is great for safety. It also stylistically looks really nice. It's easy to set up. It's made of durable mesh and steel, and it's a multitasker. So you can use it as a classic fire pit. You can use it for barbecue. You can use it for s'mores. Then the next day, if you're having a Sunday fun day party and you really want, a cool way to serve drinks to your guests, you can pop an ice bin in the middle, fill it up with ice, throw cans and bottles in there, and voila, you've got a cooler for your party. Set this up once, leave it out there, you'll use it all the time, and again, under $100, easy to set up, durable fire pit, total win. Let's go through these products one more time, and remember, you can scan the QR code on the bottom of the screen with the camera on your smartphone for instant access to all the products on the show today. We've got the adult and kids aprons, the pan with removable bottom, the pumpkin pie sauce, the tea mug, the pampas grass, the ceramic vases, and the fire pit. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. It's been so fun sharing our fall favorites with you.
Tune in next Wednesday for Peacock Presents Steals and Deals Throwback Edition.
There's this community. You guys are known as knitfluencers.
I would probably say we're more fiber friends.
Meet Cecilia Nelson Hurt and Darcy Kern, stitching together a pastime with a purpose.
I learned to crochet when I was a kid from my grandmother, and my mother taught me to knit when I was in high school.
So what is crocheting versus what is knitting?
So crocheting is one needle with a hook. And so think granny squares, right, from the 70s. And knitting is what Darcia is doing, and it's two needles.
Cecilia and Darcy are part of a global community of knitters. Now, how did you two hook up? no pun intended.
I started following Cecilia she does posts visiting all these yarn shops all over the world. And I call them yarncations.
What I appreciate about the international aspect is picking up yarn that's not available here. And then that yarn holds a special memory. And then I'm going to make something really nice this reminds me of when we were in Paris and we went to Amy's yarn shop and I got this beautiful yellow.
For them, knitting is so much more than a hobby. As knitters of color, does your culture influence how you knit and what you knit?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. I feel like when I'm in a stitch night, I feel that connection to other women. I do think it's important.
We've all been stuck inside. It's a fact that COVID has disproportionately affected people of color. Yeah. Add to that, the death of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. Would you say that knitting, not just healing, but something that helps you cope?
I did hear from a lot of people in the community that they lost their knitting mojo, but when they regained it, they were able to knit through the grief. There are plenty of women who make prayer shawls where they pray as they're knitting and then they gift that item away.
Whenever something's like stressing me out, like I'll tell my husband, like I'm about to go knit about it. And that is how I just kind of process what's going on.
Inspired by a photo of abolitionist and woman suffrage activist Sojourner Truth, Darcy began a project called Knitting While Black.
I thought to myself, that is a really amazing photo. I bet there are more photos of Black people knitting. And I searched and I found I think 1,400 results with the keyword knitting or knit, and only 3 or 4 of them were Black people. And I know that back then, Black people were doing this, but no one turned it into art. So I decided that I was going to find photos or paintings and I was going to recreate them with myself as the subject and to share some kind of contemporary history about Black people during the same time that art was made.
Even though the world's been put on pause, knitters everywhere are finding common threads.
I'm Christian, but there's a group of Muslim dyers who have created a month-long wool club. Each one is inspired by a different Ramadan tradition. So I've been able to learn a lot about Ramadan through buying this yarn. So the fiber community is full of people who want to learn about others.
And we brought in someone very special who's the knitter in my family to join our stitch circle. Hey, sweetheart.
Hi.
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 My daughter, Leela. How do you find the ends?
There you go. You hold your yarn and then if you wrap it around your finger and then you do a twist.
Oh, I like that.
Is Mom there to help you?
It's been an honor really meeting you ladies. I have, and just to get a chance to see my girl. So this has been great. Look at you go. Look at you.
She's a natural.
So it runs in the family, but didn't come from you.
No, nothing to do with it. Deborah used to knit, so they came by it really honestly.
All right, that was a great story.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative.
Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I never thought like, oh, this is going to be my new company. This is going to be, the new product that I'm going to launch, until I recognized that nobody was actually doing this.
14 years ago, Kara Goldin set out to ditch her diet soda habit and get healthy. She started drinking water, but says she quickly got bored with the lack of flavor. So she tried tossing different fruits into pitchers to change the taste. And Hint was born.
I was really looking for a product that was just water, fruit, and no sweeteners.
So you made it.
And then I made it.
Disrupting the beverage industry wasn't the initial goal.
I think the biggest problem that so many entrepreneurs have today is that they think like, oh gosh, how do I make this $1 billion company? I mean, for me, it was solving a problem for myself and for my family first around health. And then I thought, wow, can I actually bring this to other consumers too, to actually help them?
Today, Hint, which has no sweeteners, no sugars, and no preservatives, is on shelves across the country with an estimated $100 million in sales.
So many women entrepreneurs and women female founders say, I have a lot of self-doubt. And then others watch that and go, wow, you too, you really? Do you struggle with self-doubt?
It's lonely to be sitting at the top of a company. It's lonely to have a crazy idea.
What does that mean?
I think if you're trying to do something different and unique, that it's just a really tough situation to be in. I mean, here I'm coming in and talking about beverages in a way that, frankly, nobody was talking about. And I was saying, no, let's actually get people closer to enjoying water again. Because if we can do that, then we can actually change health forever.
It's very bright, colorful. These are the different flavors.
For Kara, family has always been at the heart of the business. She works side by side with her husband and is proud of the example she sets for her 4 children.
People are always like, oh, your daughters must be so proud of you. And my own son one day said to me, Mom, I didn't realize that women aren't CEOs of companies. And he said, but you've always been a CEO. If we're raising boys who are actually seeing women doing it, then I think that changes the paradigm.
As the Hint business continues to expand, so does Kara, who recently launched a digital platform as a way to give back to other entrepreneurs.
It's also just a place where people can have honest dialogue and, talk to others.
Even as a mentor now, Kara still believes her kitchen is as important as day one.
Are you still experimenting at home?
Absolutely.
Still now?
Yeah, we have lots of fruit in our kitchen. It just depends on what kind of fruit is on the counter.
Well, Hint has also expanded into kids' water boxes and even safer sunscreen, and it is really good. It looks really simple, but it's been really complex getting here, but a huge success.
And I think it would be for my kids, for example, they don't drink soda, so if they could have this and it has a little bit of bubbly in it, and I can feel good about it.
That's right. That's what the kids' boxes.
I love that.
You feel good.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. We'll be right back.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Welcome back. Now to a She Made It success story. Ming Zhao came to the U.S. when she was 12. She went on to learn English, get an Ivy League education, and launch a career in finance. That's when she discovered an unexpected calling. Jill Martin met up with her earlier this year. Take a look.
How stressed are you? Very stressed.
One day I woke up, I saw myself in a mirror, and oh my gosh, I looked so sunken and withered and just much older than my age. So I completely panicked, because I felt like not only did this job rob me of my soul, it also robbed me of my youth.
After graduating from Harvard Business School, Ming Zhao went into finance, working 14-hour days, until one day she didn't recognize herself.
I think so many women can relate because so many of us look in the mirror and say, yikes.
So many of my girlfriends were suffering the same thing. We were all afraid of the loss of time and what our strong careers and what the other parts of our lives were doing to our skin.
Ming did what a lot of women do, splurged on new beauty products.
The lady at the counter would tell me, oh, this thing would do miracles, that thing would do miracles, without even knowing anything about my skin. And then someone else would walk in and they say the same thing to them, even though they look completely different than I do and had different skin.
Unsatisfied and frustrated with the lack of results, she took a deeper look at the nearly $6 billion skincare industry.
It wasn't until I went to a specialist who created personalized skincare products after examining my skin and my lifestyle, my environment, did I really see real results. So I wanted to bring that level of experience and that level of results through personalized skincare products to everyone.
So what do you do at that point? Because I think a lot of people sitting at home are probably like, I have an idea like that too. But you went to a girlfriend of yours.
As soon as I had this idea, I went to the smartest person I know, my genius friend Amy, who is a computational physicist from Stanford.
Together with her friend Amy, they created a direct-to-consumer personalized skincare line based on a detailed online questionnaire.
We built the largest database on skincare and on beauty, which we call the Skin Genome Project. We've analyzed what exact ingredients have what kind of effects on different people. So from there, we were then able to partner with the head of dermatology at Stanford University. All of us together created Proven, which is skincare that's based on more than 47 factors about a person, including your genetic expression, including your environment, your lifestyle, and your skin concerns.
And while they labored on their startup, the two women also became first-time moms, just as their company was accepted into an accelerator program.
I would bring my breast pump with me to the program every week. One time I forgot my milk bottles and I had to find 2 coffee cups to pump milk in. And then I carried these 2 coffee cups around trying to find my mentor to talk about my startup. So it was crazy days.
So your startup baby and then your actual baby are actually the same age now.
Exactly.
And both doing beautifully.
Absolutely.
Her daughter will be turning 3 this year, and business is booming, passing the multi-million-dollar mark.
I have to ask, when you look in the mirror now, what do you see?
It depends on which day I'm looking.
Honest answer.
I see someone who is accomplishing things and who is doing what she wants with her life, and I'm proud of myself for that.
I didn't have anything. I lived on the streets. I barely survived. To be offered a position in a program felt like there was hope and a light at the end of the tunnel. No matter what it was, something was going to change. No, you can't take them, but you can buy it. My name is Rebecca McLemore, and I am the assistant manager at Dragonfly Thrift Boutique. I love whenever a customer comes in actually wanting to hear about the program. The face changes, especially when they realize I have done 6 years in prison. They're like, wow, you don't look like the type. And I'm like, I don't think there's a type. Unless you want to say the type as a mother, a sister, a daughter, there's the type.
So LEAP started off primarily as a program that offered entrepreneurial training. And over the years, it became clear that no one can be a business owner if they have addiction issues and if they have unresolved trauma history.
So last April, I got released from prison.
Rebecca came to the program from a prison in Central Florida, Lowell. Like many people in our program, Rebecca came in with that history of trauma and addiction.
I had a lot of stuff to deal with. I got married at 16 to my childhood sweetheart, and I have 2 wonderful children. My husband passed away, and I didn't take it very well. His death put me over. I did a lot of things that I didn't like to do, and I did 4 years, my first sentence. It's very hard to walk out of prison to reestablish yourself if you have none of the tools.
The vast majority of people in prison, if they don't receive programming, they will go back.
I did good things while I was in there, but I didn't realize I was an addict. I just thought I was like a party girl. When I got out, when the first year, I relapsed. After I relapsed, it was within 1 year I was going back.
When women in prison are released without any support, what they do is they go back to where they came from. They go back to communities and environments that actually led them to incarceration in the first place.
I actually turned myself in because I was so sick of how I was living. I was ready to do prison just so I knew that I could be safe. And I did two years this time. But this time I realized that my life needs to be changed.
She was one of the people in our program who were really committed to starting over.
I would love for people to view us as humans that need compassion, not just a person who has a number, but who has a heart and who needs some help, and this organization does that. It is our 1-year anniversary for the store, so we're doing a huge party.
Today is about fun. The one thing I've noticed in this work is that we can all get really serious, and that you need to have fun. You need to celebrate the fact that after a year, unlike lots of retail places, we're still open and we are doing better every single day.
So my hope for the future is to have a very successful dog training company and to have a really good relationship with both of my daughters. It's an ongoing process.
So my hope is that people in our community, that they open their hearts and minds to the notion of second chances. Most people in prison are not bad people. They're there because they have not had the same opportunities, and if embraced and included, have so much to offer.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
One of my favorite quotes is, "Be the change in the world that you want to see." And I strive to do that every day. People at the end of the day are amazing, and we need to love one another rather than break each other down. My name is Holly Jackson, and I am the creator and the founder of Walls of Love.
We could do like another row so it's filled in, like going down, going down, going
Walls
down.
of Love are an amazing expression of genuine love that we put out into the community. We assist those who are homeless or are unable to maybe get some of the daily things that they need.
Grab me one of the bags that has some more of the hygiene in it.
They are year-round. They're stocked seasonally, so in the summertime, you're gonna have sunscreen, chapstick, school supplies.
Separate this stuff for me too, okay? And put it in piles as to what it is.
Hats, gloves, scarves in the winter, earmuffs, hand warmers, toe warmers, tarps for people who are in tent cities or under bridges. The items are in Ziploc bags to protect them from the elements, and they are zip tied to the walls to keep them safe so people are able to come get them off the wall. They don't have to ask for them. They can just go take them and get what they need without any stigmas or judgments. In building a wall, we have to do some type of fundraising, and 100% of every bit of money that we get, we put back into the walls, into the community. Once we get the items for the walls, we ask for volunteers, for people who would donate their time to come out and put up the walls.
High five, good job.
We bag the items and tag them so people know what they are. I want people to be able to use them, but it needs to be aesthetically pleasing for wherever it is. We don't want it to interrupt the neighborhood, and we want people to understand what it's there for, but we want it to look nice. Approximately 28 years ago, I was homeless myself. I was in a domestic violence situation at that time, and I was pregnant. And I had a job. When I left the situation and went to the homeless shelter, it was very nerve-wracking. I left everything that I owned at that point in time and just got out. To have to humble yourself and ask people for help and then not get it, it makes you feel really bad. And I never want anyone to feel like that again if I can help it. There's a lot of stigmas that go along with people who are homeless. Everyone's an addict, or everyone's just getting out of jail, or they're uneducated. Those are all wrong. There are people who work hard every day, and they are just one missed day of work and not getting paid away from being homeless. One of the biggest roadblocks of getting your life together when you're homeless is not being able to get items that are just normal everyday things, especially if you're a female, hygiene products. Those are things that we have to have. Well, if you don't have money, how do you get those things?
All of these can go on the table.
The children who were a part of this project today, they actually saw something that I did on Facebook, another wall, and it was one of the students who actually wanted to do this. And they let their teacher know, and they reached out to me.
I feel like everybody goes through something, so to be able to help somebody else go through the same thing you went through is very helpful, because a lot of people don't have a lot of people to look up to. So when you do stuff like that, it gives people something to hope for.
You could see how much fun they were having, knowing that they have a friend or a neighbor who needs these items.
All right.
Often we think of walls as a way to keep people out of places. My walls, I want people to understand that it is kind of like building a bridge or giving you a hand up.
Good morning!
And the love is on the wall in the items that we have there for people to be able to use and pick up whenever they need. I want people to be inspired. I want people to want to do this in their city. One person at a time, that's all that it takes. Let's do it.
Positive Tomorrows is a nonprofit which basically addresses the needs of homeless families. Our primary program is that of a private school for children who come from homeless families. I think what we're going to see as we move ahead in the next several months is a continued increase in the number of people who just get left behind. And the problem only gets worse if we don't pay attention.
This is Kiara. This is my oldest. She is 10. When I thought I was all alone and down, they were definitely the people that picked me back up.
They were initially living in one of the local homeless shelters. So we helped move them into housing. As she was able to begin to work, and she had developed a relationship with her partner, and this fella is working, and we've been really pleased to see that they bought their own house. I mean, that's a huge thing. We have families who they never even dream of being able to buy their own house.
We did get a grant, and we used part of that to pay some bills off that we knew were going to be coming up during me not working. And then we used the rest to fund, and we got blankets for the homeless, and we were able to feed almost 300 people.
That is really good to do this, to help other people. And we can look back on this when we grow up and tell our kids about it.
Hi.
Hi, Mom. How are you?
Good. I definitely know being judged for certain situations, and people can't help their situations sometimes.
We see families who are very grateful for what they have. It may not be very much. And we see families who are willing to share when they have a little bit extra. And this is one family who did.
Are you hungry? You want the food? And the next big thing that we are working on is 500 bags of school supplies to give away. So if I can teach my kids how to be selfless and to give back, that's what I'm here to do.
Oh my gosh, hello to all of you watching Today All Day. It's Thursday. We're one day closer to the weekend. We're so happy that you're here for Today in 30.
And we've got a lot to jam into that 30 minutes, including a major ruling overnight, a federal judge temporarily blocking that strict abortion law in Texas. We're going to have the latest and the potential impact on the battles in other states across the country.
And then hopefully you've gotten your COVID vaccine, but what about your flu shot? We got ours today on air, why it is more important than ever this year to roll up your sleeves.
Plus, talk about a Halloween scare. Costumes, decorations, and pumpkins all in short supply. What you need to know so your family does not